Sari_bot said Sari_bot is here. Cerebro arrive. Stream Elements said Artextric is now live. Streaming art. Draw with Monday's Sparkles emoji 5. Bot Rick's official said be a support hero today. By using commands like support.
Okay, so okay.
Tilda Strawberry Tilda said, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I just...
Stream Elements said Stream Elements bot running robot emoji. Learn how to customize the bot here.
Okay. What should we draw here? Okay, so what I'll do is this.
Tilda Strawberry Tilda said, what you're drawing today? Writing.
How to clear Okay, you know what? Let's do it this way. The face will be like this.
Rose said you drew it so easily. Smiling face with teary emoji. Smiling face with teary emoji.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to do here for the animatic.
Yeah, did it do a dummy face or
yeah.
a character?
Make the face look like this. And then the eyes will be like that. Right? I think what I should do is give like this. That.
Tilda Strawberry Tilda said, I'd if you recognize me since this is a new email and a new
If I don't know if you recognize me since it was a new email account. How can I recognize a new email account?
That's wild.
That's what I'm saying. This, I tell you, I'm not making fun of, but like it's just funny how people say these things to me. I remember like someone has been in my stream for like 7 months, right? And there's like, do you remember me? I'm like, how am I supposed to remember you? I'm like, they said, like first they'll say like, we used to talk about art stuff. I'm like, that's virtually everybody. Yeah. You like, you don't remember me? It's like Monkey Guy 3000 or some shit like that, right? And the funniest thing is like, okay, what was your name before? Because like they actually like, I changed my name. I'm like, what was your name before? They'd be like, I don't know, some other name. And I'm like, am I supposed to recognize a name you made up new? That's like cutting your face off and literally replacing it with a whole new face and then expecting me to know who you are. Like, that's crazy.
That way I can go by voice or anything.
Right? It's like, I don't get it. I really don't get it. It's funny. It's funny to me.
Tilda Strawberry Tilda said face with tears of joy emoji.
I get that too many times. It's weird as hell. They'd be like, do you remember me? I'm like, okay, how do I remember you? We had a conversation. I have thousands of conversations with people every single day. And then be like, well, I changed my name. I'm like, okay, you changed your name. and you changed the profile picture. So how am I supposed to recognize you? Like the weird disconnect on that is weird. Like it's not even an attack, it's just really funny. I'm like, why? Why do we have this happens every time? Am I just that nice of a person that I'm supposed to remember people? I don't get it. It always gets me every time. Oh, let me see. Is that it?
So
No,
lucky. You guys actually get the music playlist that plays for you.
You'll get it. Okay, anyway. Alright, but anyway, yeah. I don't... If you expect me to remember you, just off the bat, and then you change your name, don't feel offended.
Kai_Darkly said that's funny.
I get that way too much. Okay. And people think I'm making that up. It's like, no, it's true. People come up to me, they'll be in my stream for like a while, and then they'll disappear, and then 6 months plus will be gone, and then they'll come back to me saying, "You remember me?" With a whole new account. I'm like, dude, how am I supposed to know who you are? And some of them get actually offended. I'm like, bro, how am I supposed to know who you are? You're like literally a new
Human
car.
Heart just followed.
That's like I used to talk to you driving like, I don't know, a Jeep Cherokee. That you come in, you just come into the parking lot with a, I don't know,
Honda.
No, not a Honda. It's like a fucking what do you call those things? A McLaren or something. What the fuck you want me to
Clownish
do?
said, remember me? I'm going along with the joke.
Yeah, right? It's crazy. It's funny to me, though. I just find it annoying when they get mad at me. I'm like, bro, why are you getting mad? There's nothing to get mad about. I don't know.
Clownish said FR.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing.
I like the end card you made for the vertical one.
Oh, okay.
You made a horizontal one, right?
Yeah, it should be in your. It's in your disc. It's in your CapCut.
Okay.
It's in the thing when you import videos
Okay,
on. Okay, so today what we're doing, we're not drawing any anime girls right now. We're gonna be doing a animatic. So I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing with this. Okay, so the way I look at it. Let me see.
Ooh, it went down.
What?
The thing of
I forgot how loud this is. Okay. Makes sense.
I'm down by $1. Sadly enough.
What is that?
The
Oh.
thing.
Okay.
I got my refund on that one of the headphones I sent back. I'm just waiting for the other one.
Okay. I'm trying to think of. Okay, this can work. Maybe I can do it this way. Circle. Okay. And then we can make a. I know today's gonna be a slow day, so it's just gonna be a typical Monday. So I'm not expecting a lot of people to be in here today.
And then people just mad run up in here.
Yeah, right? Okay, let's see. Like that. Make the head like this. Alright, and then like that. Alright. Okay.
I'm basically waiting for the washing machine to finish so I can start.
Okay.
You know the wildest thing happened?
What?
Last night, when I was about to go to bed, I was like, why are you going to bed so early? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, no.
And then she's mad, why are you not waking up? Why are you waking up in the morning?
Okay.
Well, we have to get at 4.
Let's see there. You can take this off. You don't need it on. Copy.
Restrictive, huh?
Very. I can't stretch far enough.
You should bring your computer close.
I can't. I gotta get that
I know.
cue now. Okay, so we made this, that, and then what I'll do is turn this down. Actually, better I should.
Did you ever go to that crypto thing I was telling you about?
No.
No.
Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Yes. Okay. I make the face like this. Like that, right? And then what we'll do like that, and then we'll copy, okay, copy, paste. What? When was that?
Yesterday.
Look at that. Let's go. Let's see.
I don't know if I'm some Spanish person.
Let's see here. What?
Yeah, I forgot I angered some Spanish person on the video. I don't know what.
On what?
I don't know.
The fuck they say?
There's something about.
Then go fuck themselves on here.
I couldn't read it. It's Spanish.
You can put translation.
Yeah, but like I couldn't even understand you when I put it in translation.
No, go to the thing.
Cause it made no sense. Where'd it go?
Okay. Okay, we need a screaming face.
I don't see it no more. It's gone.
I think they've mistaken you for someone else then. No, did you answer to it?
No. Oh, there it is. Here.
Well,
Okay.
I don't like your mouse. It is your computer's ass.
I already did it. Already translated, but it made no sense still.
This drug cola is done and your hubby's rot. I don't think you saw, do you? This drug cola is done and your tummy's rot. I don't know what that means.
Apparently I did answer to it. What?
Yeah, he's an idiot. He probably was drunk or something.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. He's a moron.
Wow.
You'd be surprised how much that really happens more often than you think. Okay, there you go.
Somehow I have Japanese titles on my thing as well.
What? Why are those there?
I don't know.
You edited it? What? Why is it?
This?
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Who edited it?
Not me.
What do you mean not you? It's your channel, the fuck? See how weird this is? Why are you saying this?
Why aren't they? Why is there like video?
The fuck? Wait, okay, you know what? You, whatever. Have your Japanese letters. I
No,
would
closed
also.
captions are on. For some reason, it's generating Japanese letters.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Right now, I'm just trying to make that.
Is it translating for me?
For those who are here, sorry, I'm not drawing anime girls right now. We have to make content first before we go do all the funny stuff. So, for those who are wondering why I'm drawing this, it's for AnimeArt for Friday or Saturday or whatever the fuck. So, forgive me if you was expecting some anime titties. Not right now.
Man, that name is so jarring compared to what I came up with.
Oh, just remember, we gotta turn on Tickfinity. Gotta turn that on. My bad.
Yeah.
Actually, I should turn it off. I don't think I need it anymore. Tickfinity. Okay. Okay, and then make it. Actually, we need to make that mouth bigger, bro. I don't know what we're doing here. We need to make it bigger. This song angers me. Thank you. Like that. Okay, we got the screaming. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
I hate your computer. It gave me such a headache.
You don't like the trackpad?
That's not even it. Like, I was trying to just use Canva and was doing some weird shit when I was trying to write some words and it was just opening other tabs. I was like, what the fuck?
You did the upper layer keyboard.
That shit was pissing me off. I was like, what is happening?
You must have hit tab and cap lock at the same time. It pushed you up into the upper layer.
There's no excuse for this shit. That's wild, man.
Don't tell. We use totally different devices.
Yup, you're pissed. You're. Yo, piss poor made me angry. That was making me mad, yo. I was about to throw your computer out the window. I was like,
Hey,
what the
yo,
hell is
bro,
this?
if I came back to my computer broken, you have to buy me a new one.
I know, I don't got money to break your stuff, so I can't do it. Okay.
I saw a spider. That's your excuse, I saw a spider.
Oh, that's good enough. Okay.
Mike has said Hulk smash, but at a reasonable amount.
Imagine you said that. You know what? You know, I gotta lie. That's exactly what Mark Ruffalo's Hulk will say. Given how they have done to my boy the Hulk now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Hulk smash, but a reasonable amount. That's something Hulk would say now.
Phantom Studios just followed.
Thank you, Phantom. I do appreciate it. So,
that gives
two,
like One Punch Man vibes.
What?
Like how you said one normal consecutive punch.
Yeah.
That.
Consecutive punch. Normal series.
Normal punch.
Okay. Stupid mad. Okay. Okay, so screaming sounds like go. So it goes from eh. Okay. Let's do it again here. Let's put like a
Eatglass.789 said, hey Artex, any chance you know something about fashion?
I don't know much about fashion, but if you're talking about how to draw clothing, that's kind of a different thing. Is that your question? Song is pissing me off. You're pissing me off, bitch. Shut the fuck. Okay, let's see.
Eatglass.789 said, what do you wear on Wednesdays?
What question is that? I don't know. Clothes? I'm home most of the time. I work from home. As long as I just go places. Things are too expensive to be out these days.
Eatglass.789 said, wrong answer, it's pink.
Okay.
What's going on here?
I don't know. When I hear this song, I think I'm. You know what's weird? Whenever I hear this song, I think I'm playing Cult.
Yeah, what?
Cult of the Lamb.
I feel that.
Mike has said, Art, you do have a video on how to draw clothes in your one of your playlist.
Are you asking me or are you telling me? Hold on. Oh wait, no. Yes, I do. But that's gotta be super. That's super old. So they can go look at it, but it's my explanations on it.
Eatglass.789 said, songs making me dizzy.
The song's like you can go look at those videos, but those videos are kind of like meh. My explanations on that will be kind of meh. Michael Myers.
Hey, yo. Michael Myers can move.
That part always gets me. It gets me every time. Okay. Yeah, that part. That's the most upputting part. Why would you? You're just doing too much now. Going right under the divider for like no reason.
EatGlass.789 said who's Michael Myers?
Michael Myers, the killer, whatever his name is. Okay. So we
Ryu
go
the
from...
Samurai said good afternoon everyone.
Hello.
Mike Kaz asks the killer from Halloween or Austin Powers?
I'm pretty sure you're talking about the killer from home. I did not realize how much that... No, that's awesome.
Mike Kaz said hi bro.
Wait, Michael Myers. Wait, they actually said this. They actually share the same name. I didn't know that till now. Thank you. Pew.
Ryuga Samurai said hi Mike.
Namsum Shab says hi.
Hello.
Nem said what you drawing?
I am working on a animatic. Okay, go to... Well, how is that so okay?
I wasn't expecting YouTube music to have cursing in it.
EatGlass.789 said I basically stopped anything to do with killers after listening to the story about Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy.
Nizar Amulet.
Digitwitch BB says
Nizar
so
Amulet
when you say
said
study
so when I say
shapes.
study shapes.
They'll mean draw
They'll mean
shapes
draw
and
shapes
lot.
and lot.
No, what I mean by draw shapes is apply the idea of the 2D shape onto the 3D object. So for instance, if you're drawing like a hand, the hand, you have to break it in pieces.
EatGlass.789 said he's not a nice guy.
I know he's not. Like you have to look at the shape for what it is onto the object you're trying to draw. So if you're trying to draw like a character, whether it's a furry or an anime character or a real person or a car, it doesn't matter, a dog, you have to break it into shapes to make it much more simplified in your head when constructing them. And then once you get the shape down, like how I have this, then you put the form to give it more of a 3D look.
Digitwitch 5e says I'm writing down notes as you speak.
Nizar Amulet said him writing down notes
Okay.
as you speak. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. I still can't get over that meme. The meme of Scarlet Witch having an aneurysm and killing everyone. And you just see like Punisher just like, oh god, man, I can't outrun this.
Nizar Amulet.
Digitwitch
Nizar
Vivey
Amulet
says damn.
said damn.
She's like having a literal aneurysm. And you just look at I can't, and you know what? I believe her rage is way too big sometimes. Like, her rage will be way too big, bro. Like, it's just too big.
Not necessarily.
Like, as a healer, man, I'm like, bro, I can't outrun this. And, like, the only, like, healer can actually unround that is probably Rocket. If you're close to a wall, you can actually outrun that shit fast, like, really, really fast. But when you're, if you're, I don't know.
Glass.789 said, I like the my girlfriend meme about the guy who answered everything with my girlfriend, 'tis funny.
My girlfriend is like, who do you think is beautiful? My girlfriend.
Choco said you could call it massive.
It's just like, bro, I tell you, it's just, if you play like, I don't know if you play as, Cloak and Dagger, and as Cloak and Dagger you use like, you phase. I wonder if your phase can go through her explosion.
Like how you do it on Aurora.
Yeah.
And Overwatch.
Yeah.
But this should work.
I think it might work.
Oh, they say you drop what you call it, turn down. You can hide behind it when that's going on.
Oh yeah, I saw that. It's weird. Like you can, if you're behind the turret or you're in the turret of like,
Destroy the turn, but you'll still be alive.
yeah, of
Or the person behind it will still be alive.
a Punisher, you can survive that just sitting in the turret alone. I'm like, bro, what the? Like that.
Your chaos cannot destroy my sentry turret.
That's not even, that doesn't even make a lot of sense. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That's crazy. Oh no. And the worst thing, if the guy doesn't know that his turret is indestructible like that, he'll jump out, and then you die. That's funny. And I don't know what angels are waiting for. I don't know what you meant.
Ryuga Samurai said hi Glass and Choco.
Hey bro, bring it home again.
Eatglass.789 said hi Ryuga.
Okay, so let's 1, 2. You're a psychopath.
Why?
Look at exactly that same shit you just did. Do you see how odd that feels? It's one thing if you see something, it's another thing you just grab my neck like that. You fucking psychopathic. Yes, you are. Oh my god. You are wild. You're a wild one, bro.
Is that hurting you?
Yes.
You're just saying yes.
The fact that you even had to ask that question.
Eatglass.789 said what did she do? Fearful face emoji.
She like pulled the skin neck of my neck. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, I think she was reaching for something. She had to like pull at my neck by its skin. I'm like, what are you doing? Because she's sitting on the chair, on the bed, and I'm sitting on my gaming chair. She's like kind of higher up on me right now, and she reached out. I think she was trying to grab something. She grabbed my neck. I'm like, the fuck are you doing?
That would mean I'm a psychopath.
Yes, it is. But you still continue to grab the neck.
Ryuga Samurai said hi, Artextric.
Fucking.
Hi, Brian.
You fucking. You want some shit.
You just gotta have the high ground.
Eatglass.789
You know, I
said
am mad because
lol.
you have the high ground. Because you're up here doing fuck
Mike
shit.
has said sibling activities.
Yes. Sibling activities, bro. Shit crazy, yo.
Well, I wanted to show you something, but you called me.
That's how you get my attention?
Shut up!
Fucker. You someone on some shit, yo.
Fine, I'm not gonna make Louis Elvis do a noodle now.
No, make the noodles. You can't. You gonna starve me because you weird? The fuck? Are you weird? That's a weird punishment. You are weird. What the fuck? Oh, I'm not gonna make no food because you would call it my weirdness. What the hell? That's some bullshit. Man, I feel attacked now. You feel attacked? No, you don't feel called out. Different. Attack is when I say, hey, woman ting, you breathing. Get out of my face. You attack. Hey, you grab my neck. I feel kind of weird. Stop doing that. Oh, I feel attacked. What the? You motherfucker. You want some shit. You want some shit to say that to me. What the hell? Yeah. Sniffle. Sniff. Sniff up. Snip up. Snip up. I don't care. Snip up. Sibling activities.
Sibling activities.
Shit. The moment you hug your siblings, you say pat pat.
Cat pet.
Pat pat.
That's such a gravity pole.
I know, but like, what's wild is people are weird. They'll have these two doing the dirty with each other. That shit would be crazy. I still don't understand why people do that
Mike
shit.
has said, sister, you deny my bizarre forms of affection. Fine, then go ahead and starve.
Yeah, go ahead. Stop.
Shit's weird.
Yeah, you starve now.
I don't want to gas up your head. The fuck? The shit you did was crazy. What the fuck? You want some weird shit. I bet you when I'm done doing this animatic, as soon as I draw some anime bitches, they'll be like, why are you drawing this, big bro?
Eatglass.789 said this makes me scared to hug my sibling.
Right? Shit. They'll be like, why are you drawing this? I'm like, oh my god. When I was drawing for the last 3 hours of like a raccoon, you guys was nowhere to be found. But as soon as some titties started popping on the screen, you guys all of a sudden concerned. Fuck you. That shit's crazy to me. I don't get that shit. That shit's weird. That's some weird shit. Like, what the hell?
Mike has said, to be fair, it is odd, but when you have siblings, it's a way to show affection without saying so.
Yeah.
Don't say yeah. Don't agree with him.
Eatglass.789 said it's crazier too because they took the time to look.
Right? Right? It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Not wrong, Mike, but fuck, I want you to grab your neck and just pull your neck skin. That's just crazy.
You're answering.
You know what's weird? That's still like a weird term. When I was like watching that one clip from Star versus the Evil or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I forgot the Hispanic boy's name, but like Marco, when he said we are smooching buddies, I'm like, that sounds fucking weird, bro. Why can't you just say your boyfriend and girlfriend? Why is that so hard to say?
And the thing is, he went through a specific type of smooching, and if you actually look these things up, it's wild.
Yeah, it's wild and disgusting. And then like my thing was like, bro, Why can't you say your boyfriend, girlfriend? Why are you saying this? Like, you saying that indicates that you guys are affectionate with one another more than the average friend. Can you please?
This is normal.
Smooching buddies. This is too cartoony for me.
I hate
my
that he
God.
was very specific on what type of smooching he
Man,
was doing.
that's some weird type of friend zone terms.
Glass.789 said I'm gonna call my significant other that.
Like smooching
We're
buddy?
smooching buddies. And the principal, I think it was a principal or a counselor, said, even though that might be true, and I'm glad for you, but don't repeat that around people. That sounds fucking weird.
Ryuga Samurai said crazy work rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
It is crazy work. It's weird.
You went through the trouble of not saying this person your girlfriend. You said smooching buddy. You should be ostracized.
I think this is exactly why they tell me to use copyright-free music. They want me to talk over it. That's it.
They want to talk over
Yes, I'm dead serious. Copyright-free music is worth talking over because it's not worth hearing.
Yeah, I feel that. Dashi. No, what Dashi? This is bullshit. Can I describe
The
it?
YouTuber?
No, not Dashi, Dashing. I know.
I feel like
know.
you woke
Go
up
ahead.
today
And
and chose violence against
Violence.
me. Violence. Oh, you do it again. Okay. Okay. You can do it again. Fucking. Oh, what the fuck?
Don't leave your neck so exposed then.
Don't leave my neck? Okay. I'll wear a scarf every day. Like a fucking indie protagonist. Okay. I got you. I'm the fault one here. Okay.
You never know what will happen out there.
Yeah, I can see what's going on in these neck skin grabbing streets out here. I didn't know like there was like a curfew, but okay.
Like the Pinar sipping man.
Pinar? Oh! That's what you call it?
Yeah, the Pinar sipping man. I preferably like wiki, but no one uses this word.
Ain't that more reason to use the word?
No one uses it.
Ain't that more reason to use it?
Yes.
Because if you say it, it's not like you say they wrong, they just don't know what you said.
Yeah.
If I said you are a kumbala, that you don't know what that is, that could be the N-word for all you know. But like, because you don't know, you gotta wait for saying the N-word. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's funny as shit.
Look at that raccoon! He's trying to sleep.
Yes.
He's trying to sleep. Oh my god, wow, 2 shooters.
Yeah, let's have what? Are you holding two? Who hold?
That's what I said.
Wait, okay, I gotta ask guys a question. I wanna ask you guys a question. Maybe I'm just weird. I admit when I'm weird. This one can't.
Hey,
Anyway, the
hey,
point
what
is,
the hell?
yeah, you and these strays. That's for my neck.
789 said I remember when me and my brother had a Barbie ice cream truck and we'd take turns pushing each other and riding it. Ryuga
Ice cream
Samurai
truck?
said, okay,
It was
what's up?
gonna be a hand-me-down,
Okay,
so-
when eating a hot dog, do you use both hands to hold the hot dog just to eat it, or do you use one hand? Because I think we should just use one. I'm not
Mono
making this.
says, hello everyone.
I'm not making this to just sound weird. My sister just showed me a video of 2 guys. Both of them are holding both
Mono said
the
I
hot
use
dog.
one.
Okay, normal.
Ryuga Samurai
Normal.
said just one.
Okay, normal.
Jorge Cervantes said I love your videos.
Thank you.
Eat Glass.789 said I eat the middle.
Okay, you're going to jail.
Okay, you're going to jail.
You're going to jail.
You need to leave.
Janae says to if I
Mono
freaky.
said to if I freaky smiling
if I'm
face with
freaky.
horns emoji.
It's kind of freaky.
Yeah, it's freaky. You're going to jail. It's like washing your Kit Kat.
Eat Glass.789 said I
See his
refuse.
arms?
Yeah,
Ryuga Samurai said unless you got small hands, I guess.
there we go. That's his body.
That's his body.
Mono said hi.
Janae
suspect.
says hi, Artextric.
Hello.
Hello. If you got small... Wait, did you say because you have small hands? What the hell? Hold on, unless you got small hands. Wait, small hands, I guess. For a hot dog?
Like, if it's a kid, you know, you gotta use both their hands.
Okay, if you're a okay, fine. If you're a baby...
Hands.
Honestly, if you're a baby and you can't hold a hot dog, you should be being... You gotta be spoon-fed. Right? Because I see 3-year-olds be walking with food in their hand and just dropping everything and stuff. It's wild. But, like... I don't know. I don't think if you're a grown person, you should be using 2 hands to hold a hot dog. Now, I'm not saying I'm not telling you how to eat, but I'm telling you how that looks.
Okay, look.
That's 2 different things.
789 said, "What if your name is Robin?"
Still not good excuse. Listen, if you can be Batman's pupil, you can hold a hot dog.
I don't think you understand.
I get it. He has some very strange baby arms. I know you talk. I know you. I get the
Jeremy
joke.
says now that we are on food topic, do you put milk or cereal first?
You put cereal first. My sister's a psychopath.
No, you put the milk first.
You are a fucking crazy
No,
person.
I'm not. You put the milk first so you know how much cereal you
No,
put in.
no, you're a psychopath.
So if you put the cereal, how much milk you gonna put in?
Enough to see through it. You can
No.
see through it. It will raise up a little bit. Okay, that's good.
This
You
thing is soggy.
will put the milk in.
Put the
Mike
milk
has
first.
said
Pour it
one hand,
in,
but if it's
and-
like those bacon-wrapped hot dogs with the sautéed onions and onions on, how much the toppings are on it?
Then if
No.
yeah, okay, he's right. Because
What?
the sandwich that they're eating is kind of like that. It has a lot of frillage, so if you don't hold it right,
Mono,
Jeremy says
Mono
no,
said
milk first for crunchy cereal and cereal first if you want to eat more of them.
First if you want to eat more of them.
No. Milk first for crunchy cereal.
Yes.
No.
milk first for crunchy cereal.
No. You guys are
Mono
crazy.
said I'm more on milk first.
Thank you.
Mono, you was on that normal shit. Now you on her team. That's crazy.
Glass
That's
Dot
crazy
789
work, Mono.
asks, want
Milk
cereal
first.
with your milk?
You warm up the milk.
I put
You
the
put-
cereal and you
no.
put the milk. You
No.
don't put the milk and then the cereal because you put the milk and you put the cereal.
Wait,
You pour
hold
too
up.
much, it'll
Mike
splash.
has said bowl spoon cereal then milk.
Jeremy
Mono
says
Mono
teach
said,
shush,
"Teach
you
shush,
don't
you
even like cereal,
you
you
hater."
soup hater.
Yeah.
I listen. I am a soup hater, and yes, I hate morning soup. That's called cereal. But at
You
least I have
said
enough
when said
sense
a
if I was gonna
mistake
eat
those
that
super long New York
that
hot dog
prison
gritty
food.
faced with sweaty
I
mochi.
know for a fact that you don't pour no damn milk
You put
first.
the milk first.
That shit crazy.
It's
That
not crazy.
it is crazy. It's
Want your
beyond
cereal
crazy.
crunchy?
It's super crazy. I don't know.
Okay,
People.
look. Bowl milk. Put bowl of milk in microwave. Warm up milk. Put bowl back on table. Put cereal and eat. At least your milk is warm and your cereal is crunchy.
Oh my god.
I want soggy cereal.
You are weird.
Glass Dot 789 said I put milk, cereal, and ice cubes to keep it cold.
Oh, what?
Okay, he's fucking with me. He's trying to fuck with me. I know for a fact he's fucking with me. There's no way he's saying this to me.
Wait, is it actual ice cubes or is it milk ice cubes?
It don't matter. He fucking with me. This is an attack on me or something. Maybe I didn't get the tutorial out fast enough or something. I don't know. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Hold on.
So, like, you
Mike
know,
Cass said no, I grab a handful of cereal, shove in mouth, and pour the milk into my mouth like a pelican.
That sounds violently American.
You're not wrong. That does actually sound really American right there. That actually sounds like crazy American.
Ryuga Samurai said Mike rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
This is an attack on me.
Cause like,
Mono said same
Jeremy
can go
says
with
same
coffee.
can go with coffee.
Coffee!
Oh,
Wait,
hold
what? What?
Ice cubes and coffee.
What's the point of the coffee being warm? This kind of defeats the purpose,
You never
doesn't
had
it?
iced coffee? I at least gave you one. I know I did.
See, the one instance you gave you iced coffee, you especially remember?
I know I gave you multiple cups of hot coffee.
No, you gave me multiple cups of coffee that made me diarrhea. I had to go to the bathroom, bro. That was crazy. That's crazy work. That's crazy
Oh,
work.
that's why you can't remember.
Yeah, I was too busy on the can. That shit was crazy.
You're not a good candidate for milk.
Nope,
for coffee.
nope.
Then to go for mom. I can't give her anything without she having some kind of dying situation.
Eglass.789 said okay, but I have a question. I can't be the only one who thinks this is weird.
Okay,
What?
What's the question?
Ryuga Samurai said yeah, and Teach barely goes to the bathroom during a stream.
Yep. Barely. If I normally go to the bathroom like once throughout the entire stream, if the highest twice.
Yeah, that's either because of my doing of giving him drinks.
Yep.
Yep, you need to be good for yourself.
Eglass.789 said having cereal with orange juice.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you need to leave. You need to leave. Abandon you.
Mono
Jeremy
Teach is
says
an old
Will
guy.
Teach is an old guy.
I am old.
Old guy.
What,
Wait,
you
that
get-
doesn't work.
what is it that you kids refer to me as? Unk? Is that what it's called? Unk? I'm a unk?
Ryuga Samurai said oh nah brother.
I think I'm a unk.
You're an unk, so dare you.
I'm a unk. I think I'm that thing that
Moon
Moon Knight throws on the floor.
That man's crazy.
I hate Moon Knight.
Mike has said Glass I'll one up you, eat pizza with Sunny D.
That seems normal.
Sunny D?
Yeah.
They still make those?
Yeah, apparently they're not real.
Eglass.789 said exactly. There's already a liquid so you don't need it.
It's like Pringles. Pringles ain't real food.
What? If you get the pizza one.
No, the Pringle in general. All of them ain't
Mono
real.
Mono said yes
You
you were
sound like a
enough
hater.
but not wise because soup hater.
I'm not a hater.
Soup haters is where. Listen.
Mono
soup
Mono
is
said
get-
hi Glass.
Soup is
Hi
evil.
Mike.
Oh, you should do.
Mono
a tier
Mono
list
said
for
hi Bri.
cereal now.
Eglass.789
What?
said what if Mono.
They didn't do
Ryuga
that?
Samurai said
No,
hi
do a
Mono.
tier list for soup.
I don't know. Well,
Mike has said yeah
Like
they
dinner.
also sell Sunny D that is
Like
vodka
what?
already in it.
like dinner soup?
Mike has said hi
Yeah,
Mono.
you did. You did a tier list for dinner soup. You need a tier list for just cereal.
Mono Mono said soup hater detected opinion rejected. Ryuga Samurai said ReZero is returning this week, right Mono?
ReZero.
Eglass.789 said Sunny D is addicting bro I swear.
See, I told you to eat real food. It's like Mountain Dew. That stuff is meant for your car. It's not real.
Sunny D?
Sunny D, Mountain Dew, and Pringles ain't real.
I didn't know they still make
You
those.
do, but it,
Mono Mono asks I think on Wednesday yes. Are you
Oh.
excited, Bri?
Their eyes.
Ryuga Samurai said hell yeah Mono.
I gotta go.
Word. Well, you guys leaving?
No, I still didn't get the thing to work.
Oh. What thing?
Ryuga Samurai said victory. Mono Mono said hell yeah. Mono Mono said Lalim answer victory. Eglass.789 asks you don't know about the thing? Cactus Blossom said that looks really good.
What? What looks really good?
We're still waiting for the dishwasher thing, so I might just make cookies while we get to the other thing.
What are you now?
Eglass.789 said raccoon.
25 minutes left on it.
Oh, okay.
Ryuga Samurai said Lalim answer let's go oh. Mono Mono said you goofball.
Wait, hold on. I gotta get rid of this. I'll leave this. Oh, wait, did I do this backwards? Hold on.
This is a test.
Sorry.
Oh my god, that's good. What's that?
This is my creating.
Oh, I was like, what the?
Where's the voices?
You just did it.
Yeah, I just figured it out. Oh, I guess the ones with the stars are
Mono Mono
Get the
said I
pay
wonder
for it.
which lolly will Subaru pull this time.
People have been complaining about that, about ReZero, that the newest seasons are kind of very lolly focused.
This is a test. This is a test.
Mono said bro's not escaping this nickname.
This is a test. This is a test.
Oh, where's Racket? Damn it, I should have left that alone.
It's there. I just realized why you said that.
This is a test.
It'll say rocket right there.
No, you have to pay for that.
Mono said yeah, but that's only because Biko is now with him all the time.
This is a test.
No, it's not even like that. It's just like... It's not like that. He said there's like a lot of characters now that's popping around, and most of them are pretty lolly, like, coded in some form or something. Is that what they call coded? People are kind of concerned on that.
789 said I'm drawing another Artex suit.
Soup!
What?
This is a test.
Mono said it's the same with cats. Once you get a cat, a lot more will come to you.
Wait, the Star ones are... You don't have to pay for these?
No, the Star ones you have to pay. $19 a month or
This
something.
is a test. This is a test.
Told you. That's good. Oh, and since you have to pay, you haven't paid. You only get 5 sounds that you can connect to your gifts for your alerts. I will have like one overall.
Ryuga Samurai said true because the cats in my backyard won't go away.
Why would you want to get rid of them?
Because they're cats and they shit everywhere.
So?
Cat shit.
Mono
give you
asks, I
ammonia
noticed the
right
soup channel is pretty empty on Discord. Teach?
Yeah.
I don't know about that one. It was never my idea. Was it? I don't remember if it was my idea or not. But then again, if it was, shame on me.
Mike Cass said they chose you, Bri, you were their chosen one.
The fuck? What the hell?
That was Plankton moaning, sorry.
Ryuga Samurai said, and it looks like some of them were getting busy.
Oh god. Oh, Solo was getting pissed.
Ryuga Samurai said, because I see kittens too.
Oh no.
Mono said, Bri, be happy. Cat Distribution Center has noticed you.
Yeah, for real. I've been recording the hell out of those little
Glass.789 said, I got Kumano.
Hey, make friends with the cats. Oh, this is my follow sound.
Mike Cass said, keep those cats long enough, they might start a new religion based around you.
Fine.
Mono said, let's go, glass folded hands emoji.
Someone's got you talking with that thick of a...
Sounds
Thank you, Jolly Answer Bricks, for sending 1x card me.
Chat.viewer.event_format.dts.rich_message.attachment. Ryuga Samurai said Lamau.
I think Brian just heard what I was doing.
Jolly
Answer Briggs says that Mono slash teaches the old Mono law.
I'm pretty old. 30's old.
Mono said make sure to pray for cat spry folded hands emoji.
30 is pretty old. You better be careful what you put in these things.
Jolly Answer Bricks says he's only 30 but young at the same time.
I'm 30 but I sound like a teenager. Sadly. Most cases. People still say I sound like I'm 17.
Jolly Answer 35 Bricks said LOL.
I think.
I'm sorry. When people mention your age, and I know I'm not too far from you, I hear this.
Ryuga Samurai said he's 30 years young.
I'm 30 years young. Well, scientists actually figured out that they could probably be able to reverse your aging.
You have no idea when we're gonna be able to get a hold of that. So we're gonna be
The
dead.
dude said within 5 to 10 years. I say 10. I'll give it 20, to be honest. But like, he said 5 to 10 years you can reverse your aging. So how that works is like, you'll have the body, like you can be 40, but you have the body of like a 35-year-old or a 30-year-old. So you're canonically 40, but you actually have, because they reverse your cells, right? So you'll have the body of a 30-year-old, but you'll be canonically 40. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Heatglass.789 said since the soup channel was turned off, I put it in artwork.
It was turned off?
Mono asks, Teach, are you going to reverse your ages 20 years?
I don't think so.
Aaron, you said everywhere I go, I swear people look at me like I'm 15 or younger. It's annoying.
I don't think so, to be honest. Unless things are really bad for me. I don't mind aging. I have a lot of friends who died before the age of 20.
Mono said, I knew it. Teach, you did this. Ryuga Samurai said, yeah, based on my face, that's the last thing I need, lol.
I didn't know the thing was turned off.
Heatglass.789 said Artex sounds 12.
Yeah, I usually sound 12. I sound like I never hit puberty. How would people who have not hit puberty sound like? Sound like Roger. Yeah, sorry. Okay, let me see here.
Mono said, sure, Teach. You had nothing to do with that.
Jolly Oncher Brick says I'm young, but I don't feel HTBH.
Jolly Oncher 35 Bricks said I'm young, but I don't feel HTBH.
That's how it feels for most of us now, because, I don't know, people in their 30s don't look like they're in their 30s anyway.
Remember, Daisy.
Shit, most people in their 20s don't look like they're in their 20s.
Remember.
What?
It's now February.
Bro, it's fucking February, bro. That's weird.
31 days have passed already. 31.
Jolly
Oncher Bricks says also, why are you drawing a raccoon?
It's for the animatic. The reason why I think the reason why we all feel like the days are moving fast is because Trump is in office. And this is not an attack on him. I'm talking about like ever since Trump's like inception since 2016, everything feels like it's been sped up but yet short at the same time. So this man has never, like, ever since he's been on the news since 2016, 2015. I think 2015.
Mono said, I feel too old.
Like,
I will soon enough be able to drink legally, but I already drink illegally.
Oh,
Heatglass.789 said, I thought it was because we're all depressed.
Jolly Oncher Brick says, in a way, it has minus the 4 difference.
No way, it is minus the 4 difference. Yeah. So, like, ever since Trump has been on TV, I mean not TV, but he's been on TV, but like since his like presidential like runs and stuff since 2016, I feel like things has been compacted and sped up at the same exact time because this man has not left the news ever since he was in and out of office. So it's like, and you know what's funny? When
Ryuga
Trump,
Samurai said in GTA right, mono winking face emoji.
when Trump won the election, you know what's weird? Overwatch came out with its classic mode.
Yeah.
Right? The original way how it looked. And then Fortnite did the same thing. Around the same time this man came back in office. Or was
Mono said,
elected.
yes, in GTA. OFC.
And then what's even more funnier is like at the time Overwatch became in fruition, it killed this.
Jolly Oncher Brick says, sounds like they were competing in
NGL.
It's like if you think of it this way, like Overwatch killed this one game called Battleborn, I think.
Mono said, I also have math makeup exam tomorrow, smiling face with tear emoji.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
Heatglass.789 said skill issue.
And then, like, right after Battleborn was killed off, I think it was called Battleborn, because Overwatch overtook it back in 2016, because they came out around the same time. I think Overwatch came out a week before Battleborn, and it just died the very like next month because no one was playing it. Everyone was playing Overwatch. Now, because Overwatch was the only contender at the time, Marvel Rivals came around the same time now, and no one's fucking Overwatch like that. Ever barely playing Overwatch. Everyone's playing Marvel Rivals. Ain't the history repeats itself? That's crazy. And remember, Battleborn was a hero shooter game. It was just built different compared to Overwatch. Now the hero shooter game is Marvel, who literally copied and pasted Overwatch and better in its own way. And now Overwatch is on the
Mono said I would play Marvel Rivals, but I don't know what's going on in there.
You don't have to know what's going on. You can just play the game. I just jumped into it.
Everyone just goes to the multiplayer. No one even plays story mode.
And I think what killed Overwatch more is that the game was free.
Last.789 said 2020 all over again.
Yep. All over again.
No, it's 20.
Mono said 2020? Amogus smiling face with horns emoji.
Hold on. Like this.
Eatglass.789 said hell yeah Mono.
Okay. So 1, 2. If I wanted to make him... Oh wait, I gotta draw like this. Okay. Erase this lower half. Right? And then...
Mono said I miss 2020. The diabolical licks trend on TikTok was crazy. Mike Kaz said ow, no don't make that type of fan art of our character. Battleborn, you forgot the beauty mark on this character has on that cheek.
Diabolical licks? Oh, you mean people was robbing people?
Eatglass.789 said after 2020 everyone forgot how to communicate.
True. Okay.
Mono said when they were stealing stuff from school.
Oh, okay.
Ryuga Samurai said facts Mono stealing a toilet was crazy.
Stealing a toilet. Huh. Okay. I always hated this stupid song. I don't know why it's in here. Okay, let's see.
Mono said I saw one borrowing the teacher and putting her in the closet. Eatglass.789 said some people forget most of Gen Alpha grew up with Gen Z.
Yeah. How am I gonna do this?
Johnny on Bricks says I should love winter, but not at 15 degrees.
Face emoji, cold face emoji, cold face emoji, cold face emoji. Mono said okay I will go now guys. Gotta go sleep.
Alright bro, do your thing.
Mono said goodnight y'all. Eatglass.789 said cheerio Mono. Ryuga Samurai said goodnight Mono, good luck with the makeup test. Mono said thanks, Bry. Bye bye.
Yeah, bro. How can I make this work? Oh.
Mike has said night Mono.
I think it's just the word.
Oh, why was that so sharp?
It was, sorry.
Yeah. Oh.
Eatglass.789 said Artex wanna hear a joke.
Okay, go ahead. Did you just say help?
Yeah, that was a joke.
That's a joke?
Eatglass.789 said why can't you give Elsa a balloon?
Why can't you give Elsa a balloon? Why?
Eatglass.789 said because she'll let it go.
Okay, I see. Okay, I got you on that one. I got you.
Jolly Auncher 35
Jolly Auncher Brick says it's too bad a lot of people don't want to watch you drawing at Fox Teach.
Mike has said grinning face with smiling eyes emoji.
I'm drawing a raccoon. Yeah, I know. That shows how fickle people truly are.
Eatglass.789 said I left my cookies in the car BRB.
Frozen and unmelted.
Jolly Auncher Brick says just goes to prove they love the girls.
Yep. Those horny idiots. And then they'll question me, why am I drawing this? Bro, you are a loser. Like, I'm not the loser here. Remember, a cult leader can't be a cult leader if you don't follow the motherfucker. He's just a crazy person. But when you follow a crazy person, who's really crazy? The crazy person or the people who follow the crazy person? You know, I did not notice the music till like right now.
can't. A raccoon dog. You should just turn into a raccoon dog.
Come on, like that. Oh shit. Okay, and then like that. This thing looks like a cat. I don't know, like.
What's going on here?
Okay. There's only 4 people. I can play some actual like videos. Let's see. What is that? Okay.
Why is filing your taxes with Free Tax US?
Why are you so obnoxiously loud?
Me?
No, it's fucking. Yeah, it's you.
I thought it was the audio.
Welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, and we're going to talk about Dragon Age, the Veilguard, and BioWare, and how things are so much worse than we could have predicted. Apparently, BioWare only has less than 100 people working there now. It's not looking too good for them, and a lot of it can be traced back to Dragon Age, the Veilguard being a massive, massive failure. So if you think I was kind of overstating how dumb of a decision it was by Hasbro to go in on AAA gaming with a new IP, using some of the staff from BioWare. I'm not joking. I think it's going to be a disastrous situation for them. I think it's going to be very much like them trying to get into movies and failing. Right? Other than a couple of the Transformers movies doing well, most of their movies have been box office bombs, and I think their game is going to be a bomb too. But that being said, BioWare is not in a very good state right now, and we're going to talk about that. We've also got somebody who worked for BioWare who was, I don't know if they were a DEI hire or not, but they are on the gender spectrum, and they are very upset that the corporation got rid of them when it was very clear that they were costing the company money and not bringing any shareholder value to the company. Welcome to corporate America, right? Welcome to the way the world actually works. So let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. No woohoos. Geeky is out sick. She's not feeling too good. Hopefully she'll be back in a day or two, but everybody's getting the flu. So if I sound a little ragged, that is why. Hey, check out the Shadowbinders enamel pin set over on Kickstarter. Just launched it yesterday. Thank you very much for backing, guys. I know it's pins. People are like, pins? I'm like, yeah, pins are cool. I love pins. But we have a whole bunch of stuff planned for Nidaria 2025 and 2026, including more comics and games. We're just trying to get everything firing on all cylinders here. We've been working on
Mike has said, what if we get a Gundam movie and mess it up by tossing Tom Cruise in the rocket for no reason?
Wait, what? on the movie and mess it up by tossing Tom Cruise and The Rock in. Yeah, that's how you want a disaster. You throw The Rock into virtually everything. I know it's something that's a thing too. Like whenever they're not totally sure if if this franchise is gonna be something, they usually use The Rock to throw onto said franchise because people like The Rock. But I don't think his acting has gotten better or worse. It's kind of just been like the same. He just plays himself. It's like every Kevin Hart and all of them. They all play themselves. They don't even play like characters anymore. I think that's the thing. Just play yourself. If you're popular enough, just play yourself. I'm going to wait. Let me see. Is this thing just acting stupid? Hold on. I'm gonna try again here. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take this out. I'm gonna X this out. I'm gonna reopen the tab.
Shadow binders, enamel.
Okay. That's just not working. I don't know why that's not working. Cellular live. It's not. I don't know why it's not. Okay, whatever.
Pin set over on Kickstarter. Just launched it yesterday. Thank you very much for backing, guys. I know it's pins. People are like pins. I'm like, yeah, pins are cool. I love pins. But we have a whole bunch of stuff planned for Nidaria 2025 and 2026, including more comics and games. We're just trying to get everything firing on all cylinders here. We've been working on stuff behind the scenes for at least a year or so, 2 years now. Trying to launch an actual company. So we'll see how it goes. That being said, I don't expect to ever get as big as BioWare, but let's look at some of this stuff. This is coming from PC Gamer. I'm haunted by the decline and fall of Dragon Age, and I can't help but wonder how it came to this. Well, you put certain people in charge, and they use the existing franchise as their own personal fan fiction to work through their therapy issues. I can't imagine. And what could possibly go wrong? As the news came in that Dragon Age The Veilguard missed its sales projections by nearly 50%, EA said that it underperformed our expectations. Yeah, people said they were expecting at least 3 million sales. I don't think this is the sales numbers. I think this is they said it was like engagement or something like that. Like that's a very nebulous term. But I've heard some people say on Twitter that the sales were actually much worse, and they were rolling in I don't know, subscription service sales or something like that. It's really bad. Then, as yesterday brought the news that BioWare was restructuring purely around Mass Effect 5 with the staff from all other projects redistributed or let go, and that the Veilguard had...
How goes it? Hello, Iris. How are you? Okay, we'll go from here.
It almost certainly received its last ever update with no DLCs planned.
Ryuga Samurai said, welcome to
the Dragon Age series coffin being banged into place.
Ryuga Samurai said, stream.
Ever since our official Dragon Age The Veilguard review dropped, confirming its near total conversion into a Marvel-ified action RPG that shed much of the series' original identity. I felt like we were all quietly, undramatically watching the death of Dragon Age.
Iris? How's life going?
Certainly as a AAA fantasy RPG. See also Final Fantasy 16, in my opinion. I don't think Final Fantasy 16 is a bad game, but I don't like the action RPG elements of it that much. I want a more traditional turn-based combat system.
Iris said it's going good.
Same with Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth Remake.
Welcome back. You've been in here before, right?
Like,
I'm pretty sure.
This is Kingdom Hearts, right? This is Kingdom Hearts. We just found the Midgar world. Took the gummy ship to Midgar. That's what we did. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad game, but to me it doesn't feel like Final Fantasy. Okay. We got some other things here we're going to look at. This is skip from IGN. Just like 2 days ago, Dragon Age Veilguard for PlayStation 5 drops to its lowest price ever on Amazon. $25 already. It's only been out for 3 months. If you're still on the fence about it, it's worth noting that we had very high praise for it in our review. What it gives, 7 out of 10. The writer Leanna Hafer said, enjoyable action combat, a fantastic cast of allies.
What?
Take it as you will. With sweeping story arcs, all their own. Yes.
Oh my god, dude.
Lots of coming out dinner parties and and such. Top-notch cinematics and moving, nuanced character writing are the wings on which this triumphant dragon soars, pulling out all the stops in a whirlwind tour of North. I can't read this. I can't read it. Okay, let's we'll talk about BioWare being in big trouble, and then we're going to talk about people who worked on the game, and but they're shocked. They're absolutely shocked that we got to make money.
Gotta make money, guys. We gotta make that money. Gotta make money somehow, right? Like this. Like that. Alright. And then okay. Okay.
Imagine that. We got to make money in the video game industry. So this is actually, I will give them props. This is Aftermath.
My awkward pause was the commercial. I couldn't skip it.
This is a whole bunch of people who used to work for like Polygon and Waypoint and Kotaku. They went and started their own site. And again, I may not agree with the opinions of a lot of people on Polygon, Kotaku, and Waypoint, but at least they went and started their own site. Right. So that, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to do that. So, you know, kudos to them. But they're even admitting BioWare's in big trouble. They said it's a huge problem. They said they actually did a whole podcast episode about it. They said we're joined by Kat Bailey, former news director, IGN, and current host of the Acts of the Blood God podcast. I have never heard of that. To discuss a news week that's certainly been interesting. First we talk about the entire staff of long-running video game site God is a Geek quitting after its now ex-priest owner threw up a Nazi salute.
What?
I didn't even know. Okay, two things. One, I didn't know the site existed. Well, that's basically both things. I didn't know the site existed.
Iris said my cat just ran into a ball, loudly crying face emoji.
Then we dig into BioWare's recent post-Dragon Age woes with EA reshuffling some developers into non-BioWare teams and laying off others. Is the next Mass Effect in trouble? Yes. Does BioWare, as we know it, have a future? No. I'm going to be honest. I don't think they have a future. Paul Tassi, soon to be part of Aftermath, I think. Paul Tassi, they only have 100 employees left, or less than 100 employees at BioWare. Yeah. So Jason Schreier did the work. A new report from Jason Schreier, Bloomberg, says that after layoffs and permanent transfers to other EA studios, BioWare is now down to less than 100 employees to finish Mass Effect 5, which still has an unknown release date. They are closing the company down. I'm telling you, this is it. This is the Hail Mary pass, but it doesn't even look like they're giving them the resources to finish it properly. They're just kind of like, this sad. Because a lot of people worked on Mass Effect, actually went over to Hasbro to work on that.
Humorous looks at CHEIOTA at viewers on at 7 Hopu0G.
I don't know if you can fuck those bears or not.
Bot Rick's official said be a support hero today.
That being
by
said,
using commands like
Hasbro should be doing, they should be making toys. Hasbro needs to make toys. This comes after a bizarre statement from BioWare this past week that the full studio wasn't needed for the stage of development of Mass Effect 5. Yeah, they're finishing the game up. This is what they're getting rid of the janitors last. They're going to sweep the place, clean the place, whatever, shut the lights off, and that's it. And that's going to be the end of BioWare. That's my prediction. I don't know if it's actually going to happen. I'm just saying it feels like a shutdown. It's not an uncommon practice for many games at a certain stage of development, but yeah, do they have anything else in the pipeline? I don't think so. This was different, given that in doing so, BioWare was permanently shrinking in size, moving many devs over to elsewhere in EA, but this statement totally masked a number of layoffs, possibly dozens, mainly focused on Dragon Age the Veilguard. Reportedly, the studio has shrunk from 200 employees around 2 years ago to less than 100 currently. They're shutting it down. Do they have anything else? Do they have anything else planned? Have they announced anything else? It sounds to me like they're shutting the studio down. So let's go out and talk about this. This is somebody who was one of the writers, I guess, on this game, one of the many writers that got laid off. And they're just shocked. They're shocked that BioWare would treat them so poorly.
Tired of ads in games too? Check out Hero Wars. It's one of the...
Because Veilguard chose to represent, I guess. I don't know.
Really? Really?
No,
Really?
Veilguard chose to-
Really? Really? They chose to throw money away to put to push the agenda, the message. And look what happens when you push the message. You make no money. No money. No money. No money. No money. No big monies.
Represent the writers and not represent something that the gamers wanted to spend money for.
Yeah.
And it's really not that hard. I don't know why they're so shocked, but I also feel kind of bad for them because a lot of these people who were hired for these kinds of projects, and they were hired, I believe, under the guise of DEI or whatever, they legitimately thought the company was family. They thought the company was their friend.
They're stupid. I'm going to tell you right now, anyone who's listening to this, I don't give a fuck what you think. If you work for a business or a company, they do not give a shit about you. They do not care. They do not care. Their bottom line is to make some money. That's the point. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about your ideology. They don't care about your gender. They don't care about crap. If you are working for a company, their bottom line is to make some money. Okay? So when you think they're your friend, because you are under the gaze of that representation, you are mistaken, friend. Because remember, Disney did something similar to this to a certain degree, where in the Star Wars movie, the poster had Finn on it, the American release. Finn is up there, big as ever. You can see his head and everything, that he's on the poster. When they put it to China, he was shrunk so small, he almost looked like you almost thought they removed them, but no, he was literally shrunken. Their whole agenda is to make money. They're just doing the DEI stuff because Larry Fink has a big fucking hand up the ass. Remember this, because they have to follow this by protocol to get that so-called revenue money that they want from Daddy Fink. Because if they don't, if that social credit score does not work, they get no money, no funding. So when things go left, they don't get backing any money. Why don't they don't get this? But the people are young, they come from university and don't think. That's why. So, if you ever thought of doing ESG type stuff, DEI, you are literally signing your death warrant for your business. You're better off doing it independently alone. Trust me.
Company is the company. And it's just a very weird expectation to have of your employer, that they have to do what you want, that it's all one big happy family.
Yes.
And now the mask is just...
Y'all should treat this like Walmart. When they do that, we are a family at Walmart. No, we are fuck not. We are just employees who work at the same place. That's it. The only thing that makes us family is you don't eat my lunch when I leave it in the refrigerator in the back for the staff.
Off, right? Like, yeah, you're out the damn door. You didn't make any money for us.
However, it's just a lot. It's just a whole lot.
It's just a lot. It's just a lot.
Because now I'm in a position where I don't think BioWare is on my side.
They're a business. What is wrong with you young people? It's a business. You're a grown woman. This is a business, or man, or what the hell you want to call yourself. It's a business.
And that's...
It's a soulless entity.
I'm in a position now where for the first time...
Ryuga Samurai said they never was.
I don't think BioWare...
God, they're so stupid.
The right intentions.
Right intentions.
The right intentions? Well, no, the right intention. They're... Is this Mad Girl? I don't know. I don't know what her name is. Their name is. His name is. Her name is. I don't
It's
know.
a her.
I don't know
Let's
what
call
the
it for what
name
it
of
is.
this person is. Their intentions.
It's
To
just
make money.
LARPing.
Their intention is to make money. EA is looking at them like, you need to make money. This was supposed to make money. You told us for years that if we had a diverse, inclusive Dragon Age game, that all these people that bitch about not having these things on Resetera and Reddit would all buy the game. And guess what? They didn't. They didn't buy it. It's as simple as that. You didn't make the company money, so you're gone. I don't think BioWare's on my side. They never were. Yeah, according to God, Empress of Mankind.
Mike has said Olive Garden. When you're here, your family. I do like to
Look,
charge
I know
my
in your
family
head
for meals.
You think I hate you because you're trans or whatever, but that's not it. We just don't see eye to eye because we're fundamentally different people. I don't like seeing anyone get blatantly manipulated. Yes, a lot of people are in for a very rude awakening in 2025. A lot of people that thought these companies were their friends or their family or their support system or whatever are in for a very rude awakening because...
Go to therapy. Stop this. Stop trying to subjugate people, businesses, organizations, strangers as your family. If your stupid family cannot be there for you, go to therapy. That's what they're literally paid to do. Not be your family, but fix your problem. Go to therapy. If you're broke, save some money, get a better job, and go to therapy. Stop this. This is madness. You know, this is the very reason why Trump's in office. I hope you know this. This is madness. Stop this. This is madness. If you are not connected with your family and they're annoying or you can't get along, or worst case, if you get therapy. Get it. Stop going to organizations and trying to help, expect them to babysit you and your emotional issues. What is wrong with you people?
Even though there might be people at the company that
Gravezilla said the thing you drew last stream, loudly crying face emoji, skull emoji.
When's the last thing I drew? Well, a woman? A woman?
No, you're drawing right too. Wow, man.
Yeah.
Or want to be your support system or whatever, they have to answer to the shareholders, right? They have to answer to the customers. And if stuff doesn't sell, then the bills don't get paid. And if the bills don't get paid, people don't work at the company. It's as simple as that. It's very, very simple. You work for a hot dog vendor. Everybody's using the hot dog vendor analogy, right? Nobody's buying hot dogs. Guess what? That hot dog vendor is not going to be in business for much longer.
No shit.
It's nothing personal. It's just business.
No shit.
You know? And you and everyone who became BioWare's sword and shield during the Veilguard marketing cycle got played hard. That is true. This happened in comics, too. We had a lot of people in comics that were being used, I believe being used. Not anymore. Now you've been dropped like a sack of hot potatoes and you're surprised. I've been saying this since day one. I said most corporations aren't on your side regardless of your gender, race, or sexual identity. They're on the side of revenue. And they thought they were going to make bank on the modern audience. Now that it's become obvious they aren't. They're tossing these people aside. They're tossing them overboard.
They should have did that 6 years ago. I'm dead serious. They should have did that six years, almost a decade ago. Once they realized this shit was not making any money, they was like, you know what? This is stupid. This is dumb. I think we should sue Larry Fink. I think every company that has been affected by this DEI problem to the point that they are almost bankrupt should get together and sue the shit out of BlackRock. Sue the living shit out of BlackRock and get their money back or get justice for the shit that Larry Fink and his cronies has done. This is not a gay problem. This is not a gender problem. This is a forced diversity problem based on whether it's government or federal or business. What the hell? Business force practices by the higher ups. This needs to be stopped. Like now. This is madness. This is not a LGBT problem. This is a literal like industry issue because Larry Fink and his cronies forced behaviors on people, and then it gave certain people big heads thinking that they're special, and then when shit hits the fan and the actual money is needed and there's no money in check, guess who's getting laid off? Not only the people who they try to appoint on power that couldn't do the job, but people who did the job lost their job too because they couldn't hold up the money to pay them. So everyone gets fucked. Not just some people, not the people they try to appoint, everyone. And the sad thing is, the people who try to say something either got blacklisted, lost their job, or they lost their job, got blacklisted, and they can't speak of what was supposed to have been said. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? The same people who used to work in these game companies are not the same people who used to work there anymore. Majority of them left because they saw the writing on the wall. Majority of them saw it and left. And anyone said anything, they got ridiculed or they got kicked out of the industry altogether. And now people are saying the same things those people who got banned for and will never get praised, noticed, or get their job back because it just wasn't the right time to say it. Everyone as a collective didn't say it together. Ain't that crazy? That's evil. This is evil in itself. This is madness. That's why I'd rather work for an indie studio than I work for a AAA studio. I don't think I ever would work in a AAA studio if the pay is not high enough. But then again, I'm like, even though I don't think it makes any sense. Because it just takes one wrong term, one wrong sentence, one wrong ideology, one wrong disagreement, small as hell, and it can go left. For you. And sometimes even for your teammates, even if they didn't say or have nothing to do with anything you said or done. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And welcome to the real world, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah.
Goes through. Make your company money, your liability. Guess what? You get gone. Your company's not making money. Guess what? People get laid off.
Yep.
Got one more here from Grums. Speaking of which, a lot of these writers apparently are moving on to, supposedly moving on to the Ghost of Yotai. So good luck with that one too. A lot of people had concerns about it being quote unquote woke, but it might be. I don't know. And you know what? If it is, and gamers aren't interested in it,
that will die too.
And more people will get laid off, and that will be a lesson learned, a very expensive lesson learned. So I'm gonna wrap this one up, guys. There we go. BioWare is in big trouble. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Be sure to check out our Enamel Pin Kickstarter. We have some other ones coming this year, but actually within the next couple months.
The only reason why everything is different now compared to before, not even because Trump's in office again. What's different is that the normie person now knows certain things that they didn't know before. So like people like your mom, your dad, your uncle, your aunts, your cousins, whatever, who was not into like entertainment like that, they'll do their entertainment, but they was not in it like we are. Now they know what certain terms like woke means. They know what certain patterns look like. They have pattern recognition now. Now you can't call everyone a Yahtzee, and you can't call them a ACES, if you get what I'm saying, or a phobe in some way, because now everyone is now seeing it. And now since everyone, you can't go after everyone, right? You can't call everyone a Yahtzee. You can, but it ain't going to end well for you. And because the normie people are now getting a good gif or whiff of this now, they can't get away with the nonsense now. You can't just hide it now. Because now the gamers before who can see it will point out to their normie friends who are more open to it now and see, oh, I can see what you're talking about now. I can see the pattern recognition. You know what I'm saying? And then when that happens, well, you guys are shit out of luck. And the sad thing is you can't even rebrand this because we're so on your ass. Is like, even if you rebrand to Bridge or something else, it doesn't really take much for y'all not to change up. You guys really are arrogant as fuck. You guys do not know how to change up the story. You really don't. So it's your arrogance and your stupidness will outweigh your cleverness. It is what it is. That's how that works.
We're gonna have like 2 or 3 sets. These are gonna be very quick to fulfill. Everything's already done. We just gotta.
It's madness.
Hit send. Thank you very much. We'll talk later. Control it.
That is crazy. And I think the true victims are the people who try to say something and the people who were lied to to led to believe that they actually were skilled or qualified to take on said job. That's sad. The evil people amongst this is Larry Fink and his cronies. They are evil. They're the evil ones who pushed this on these people thinking this was normal. That's crazy. Cartoon bust.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I'm not here with Geeky Sparkles. She's sitting the next couple videos out. She's not feeling too well today. I guess the flu's going around. But we're going to talk about Cartoon Network. And man, they are falling off a freaking cliff. I got to give a hat tip to Jaggins Junk, who sent some links over. I was not really paying much attention to the state of Cartoon Network, but it's not good. According to, this is according to a Google AI overview. We've got some articles we're going to look at as well. Apparently, there are only 74,000 people watching Cartoon Network on any given day.
Wow.
That is not sustainable.
That's not good.
There are YouTubers who get more viewers than that per day. Many, many, many YouTubers. So
I think I get that much. I think I get that much too, I think.
Conversation we've been having about the state of the animation industry. And we'll bring that up again. Do you really think a lot of shows are going to be greenlit for these platforms?
No.
These dying cable networks?
No.
Or Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network
no.
and Disney Channel? No.
If anything, they're good. What Disney and... I wouldn't be surprised if... Well, Cartoon Network's gone, so I'm pretty sure that HBO or Warner or whatever the hell owns Cartoon Network. I think what they're going to do, in my honest opinion, they're going to bring back the CN Real nonsense. They're going to bring in CN Real stuff like the Zack and Cody type shows, or like shows like, what do you call it, Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon, I don't know. Something about like, I don't know. I really don't know what to say, because like,
Ryuga Samurai said, oh no.
They're going to bring that back, I'm telling you, because it's cheaper to just hire an actor and just do some stupid lines for a kid show than hire a bunch of animators to do that, because animation is expensive. It is time consuming and it's expensive. And I wouldn't be surprised if Cartoon Network tomorrow, if there was some type of technology to like have AI do all the work, they will take on that like almost instantly. They will jump on the AI train so fast, I'm not even kidding. They will do it. They will do it. They will do it. I'm telling you.
I do not think we're going to see a lot of stuff greenlit for those platforms. I do not think we're going to see a lot of stuff greenlit for streaming either, because remember, Netflix spent a lot of money on streaming series, on animation series, and a lot of them did not do well. I think Universal, they had their kids...
Let's be honest, all of them didn't do well because we all know why they didn't do well. It's not that hard to figure that one out.
I am pretty sure they shut that down completely.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we saved hundreds by bundling our home and auto insurance.
It's pronounced Liberty. Liberty. Nice try, kid. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Liberty.
Come on, these stupid commercials, bro.
I'm trying to remember, a couple of weeks ago I read something about that. So it's pretty much over for animation on cable TV, which is going to significantly reduce the number of jobs. So again, back to what is going on in the animation industry. There are a lot of people who cannot find work right now. In fact, we've had more and more...
If you can't find work, start a YouTube channel. Or start TikTok. Or start Clapper. Or start a series. Like, it doesn't have to be a full length show, right? So this is how it works. You know, you lost your job at, say, Cartoon Network, and you don't have any money right now to like do. So get yourself a part-time job or something like that, right? And then on your weekends, you make some new animation stuff, make them 30 seconds to a minute. That should be good enough. I don't think it should take that long, right? You don't have to draw no backgrounds these days. You don't have to do an animatic shit. That would probably take you an hour. Probably. If you're a seasoned animator, it should take you about an hour, probably 2, to make one animation. Or at least if you're not going to do the animation, do an animatic like I do. They're just still frames. And then you find a sound, you put on top of that still frame, and then you got yourself a content. You put it on YouTube and TikTok, and if your art skills are on par, that'll show. And then you like, if you're really good at making like fast animation or fast stills, right? And you're a seasoned veteran or a very high, because you had a job doing this, right? You should take that skill, make these few like little animatics, pick like 3 or 4, right? And then post them within once a day, so you don't feel over the weekend only, so you have more time to produce them instead of like every day, because you're not supposed to post every day. Worst thing to do is post every day. That does not work. It just doesn't work. Don't post every day. Post, if you're gonna at least post every day, post once a day, but don't post like 3, 5, 6 a day. You're gonna go crazy and you're gonna have burnout. I would have a schedule, post every Friday and Saturday. Like, that's all I do. I post every Friday and Saturday with an animatic, and then on a Sunday I might throw like a reaction thing. Or I have another channel, a gaming channel. I put the gaming videos up every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But those are pre-done, and they was done way before, so I had time to post them. But if you're currently in, just post once a week, once a day. If it's a gaming stuff, once a week or twice a week. That's it. Nothing more. Don't go even beyond 3 or 4. I don't even think that makes sense. Just because the quality has to make sense. Make sense of the quality, not the quantity. People think that the quantity of stuff makes up for your growth. No. You could be surprised how many people can have like 20 videos and have like about 50,000 views, because the video, for whatever reason, was high quality enough. And why is it high quality? I'm not talking about HD 4K resolution. I'm talking about the quality in the content itself, as in if it's funny, is it informative, is it this, is it that. I am not talking about HD 4K 20p that you can see the wrinkle in your grandma's like ankle or anything. Nothing like that. Because usually you'd be surprised how a lot of videos get a lot of views and they're like 720 or less. There's a lot of videos that look like they're just those low-res videos, and people remember them and find them funny, and they get millions of views. You know what I'm saying? So it has nothing to do with the actual quality. Not saying not to have quality in your videos, like resolution-wise, but I'm saying the focus should be mainly the content itself, the pacing, the hook, the reason why people want to look at this. Like, you know what I'm saying? It has to be entertaining.
Yes, I agree.
It has to be...
J.K. Silva just followed.
Yeah, thank you. It has to be entertaining. It has to be... has some form of value. It must pull some emotional wanting on why I should follow you. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if you're a person who's trying to learn how to draw, you're not going to watch videos on, I don't know, someone trying to sell lamps to you, because you don't care about that. You'd rather watch a video that teaches you how to draw,
J.K.
right?
Silva said hello from Brazil to you. Flag emoji,
Hello.
flag emoji, waving hand emoji, waving hand emoji, waving hand emoji.
Hello. But, like, yeah, so that's pretty much what you need to do.
More pros speak out, saying that the union negotiations were a failure, including Stephen Silver here, who's got quite the resume. And yeah,
like didn't Neon and his wife said the same thing? It was gonna go left. No one listened and called them names.
There are not going to be as many jobs as there were. A lot of those jobs are going to be outsourced. A lot of them are going to be obliterated by the use of AI. And frankly, independent animation is going to eat their lunch.
Yes, I said that. I just said it. I just said it.
The samurai said, yeah.
I just said it. People were worried about, I'm not going to work at Cartoon Network anymore. Fuck Cartoon Network. Fuck Disney. Fuck Nickelodeon. Crunchyroll. Like, why are you worried about that? Make your own damn shit. Make your own animation. Now, I'm not saying that's easy. That's super hard.
Wavezilla asks, can I cuss here?
I wouldn't try to. But like, I wouldn't try. Like it makes no sense. Like worrying about if you're getting hired by Cartoon Network or Disney. These people are lost and gone. I suggest do your own damn thing. A perfect example of this is probably the people from Digital Circus. Well, I think they got required by Netflix. I think now, but like, I think there was just pretty much an independent studio, right? If there's not gonna be a lot of TV, like cartoons on TV anymore, like cable TV or even on streaming, you guys have to fill the void by going on YouTube or TikTok or Twitter or Instagram. And the best thing is you don't have to make no full-length season or show. You can just make a little short of something. It doesn't even have to be like a canonical story. It just has to be engaging enough for the kids to look at and hit like. Right? Like, look at me. I posted that video of, like, the Kirby parody with the elephant who was zonked out of its mind after being birthed by its mom. So what did I do? I just took the actual video game character, Kirby.
Wavezilla said Netflix might gonna delete tag The Amazing Digital Circus soon anyway.
Maybe. I don't know about that, but like we'll see. But I did the video of like Kirby, and it's not a million views, but it's a lot higher than I usually would get anyway. So that means there's something there, right? So all I need to do is keep producing quality work and see where that goes. I did the same thing with the Mineta and the Okarun thing. Shit, I think my highest one right now was the one with, what was it? I think it was the Sonic one. I think 11,000 views on YouTube. And you guys need to post your shit on YouTube. Stop posting your stuff on TikTok. TikTok's gonna be gone anyway, one way or another, just eventually, or maybe never. But like, I would put myself on YouTube, because a lot of you may not know this, but there's something called content decay. I've said this many times before on stream, but a lot of you seem not to know this, and I think this also applies to Instagram as well. There's something called content decay. Content decay is pretty much if the video does not perform within 24 hours, it's a dead video. Now, when I say dead video, I don't mean it's going to be like 0, but it's not going to be seen as if you posted. So if you post something in the last 24 hours, like a video, and the video didn't go, like it didn't pop off, the video will stay where that is, and it's going to take a long time for it to get to at least 1,000, 10,000, 5,000, depending on what the content is in it. If the content did well on this first couple of hours, because what it does is, the algorithm will do this, it'll take the video, show it to a person. If that person didn't really, or to 2 people, I think, and if it doesn't really do well, or they don't share it or like it, it tends to die pretty fast. Not saying it doesn't get seen, it just gets gradually seen, but it don't get seen as if it was like something of worth value, right? So, but with something like YouTube, what makes YouTube better than TikTok in this particular situation is that when you post something on YouTube, especially like a short, even if it doesn't pop off in the last 24 hours, it can pop off in the next couple of days. Now, I know that has happened on TikTok. I don't think it happens as much as it used to back on TikTok. But YouTube is barely on that shit, and they want to defeat TikTok, or I guess Instagram. And how that works is, if I like Clownfish TV, or I like watching It's a Gundam. If I click on one It's a Gundam video, okay. No? Why? You have hot dog bread?
They can eat any at all. They're gone.
No.
No.
You have hot dog bread?
Yeah. More.
Why?
The ones that are on the tables are gone now. I don't know where they are. Those in the Ziploc bag.
No, I didn't have no hot dog bread. I didn't know we even had hot dog bread. Anyway, so, what was I saying? Anyway, so, like, the point is that on YouTube, if I click, like, It's a Gundam video, or, like, a ninja video, or something like that, right? YouTube will recommend their videos to me whether it's a short or a horizontal long form content. So that's a good thing. Not saying it doesn't happen on TikTok, but it's a lot more prevalent on YouTube compared to TikTok. I think on TikTok you have to watch like several videos, not several, but a good like 5, 3, or 6 videos. I think about total 4 videos to get recommended their videos, even if you don't subscribe or follow them. But on YouTube, as soon as you watch one video within the average watch time of their video, oh my god, you instantly get a bunch of their shit or someone extremely similar to them one way or another. It's insane. I remember when I posted the Sonic video, it took about, what? I think about a week for it to get to 11,000 views. I know that doesn't sound impressive, but it's a lot better than a video that you posted for 24 hours and it just never gets seen ever again.
YouTube putting stuff out there now that's picking up traction. Skibbity Toilet, right? I mean, come on. It's, Coco Melon. That's kind of where the future of everything is going, not the studio system.
Yeah.
So this is just another blow against the industry. We're going to talk about it. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, check out Clownfish Minus for more content over there. Help support the reef. And if you want to support one of our creative endeavors, we just launched this yesterday. We have an enamel pin set coming from Nidaria Entertainment for Shadowbinders characters. I know not everybody's into enamel pins, but we thought they'd be kind of fun. So you can check that out on Kickstarter, link in the description and the comments. So according, again, to this AI overview, we're going to go out and look at these articles. In 2024, Cartoon Network viewership declined as children increasingly watch on-demand streaming instead of linear television. In July of 2024, the channel averaged only 74,000 viewers per broadcast day, ranking in 43rd overall. And the reason this is important is that we're looking at this article, Diverse Media Notes, and they're basically talking about the decline of animation and kids channels, kids linear channels. They said there's no listing for Cartoon Network because it's so far down the list, it's not even important. But look at these numbers. These are terrible. They said the figures below.
I would show you these videos, guys, but it won't let me because, I don't know, Google's being a piece of shit. It's not letting me, like, make the little box. I don't know what's its problem. It's kind of getting on my nerves, to be honest. I don't know what's up with that. Hold on. What is this? Yeah, it won't let me. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with that. Oh my god, dude, what the oh my god.
Right now. In fact, Skibbity Toilet, we thought they'd be kind of fun instead of linear television.
Said waving hand emoji.
In July of 2024,
Hello.
The channel averaged only 74,000 viewers per broadcast day, ranking in 43rd overall. And the reason this is important
Thank you.
is that we're looking at this article, Diverse Media Notes.
Aaron,
and
you
they're
said
basically
DBH.
talking
Kids
about
channels
the
aren't what they
decline
used to be, but now with everything they've changed to them, I wouldn't want my kid to see all the woke
They
stuff
said there's
now.
no listing for Cartoon Network.
Elite
because
Wolf
it's so-
said, "How you been doing?"
I'm doing good. To be honest, kids aren't the way they used to. Kids shows aren't the way they used to be now. With everything they have changed to them, I wouldn't want my kid to see all the. Yep. You're not right. You're not wrong. Me too. I wouldn't want them to look at that shit either. And it's sad. You can't just pop them from like a Disney show or a Cartoon Network show or Nickelodeon show. It just had to be this.
So far down the list, it's not even important, but
it's crazy.
Look at these numbers. These are terrible. They said the figures below are based on all viewers versus specific demographics. Okay, the numbers in parentheses, viewers ranking, the average primetime viewer numbers, and viewership percentage change from 2023.
How you been doing? Oh, I'm good at Wolf. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Major sister channels, even if
I'm
they're
doing
largely
well.
live action, like Teen Nick, which I forgot existed, which has aired cartoons occasionally. So Adult Swim is number 47, 210,000 people on average watching it. It went down 3% from last year. Nick at Night, God, I forgot that even existed. 208,000 went down 15%. Let's get to the animation channels. Nickelodeon, down 31%, 131,000 people. Disney Channel, down 17%, 110,000 people. Disney Junior, down 37%, only 84,000 people apparently are watching Disney Junior. And that would explain a lot about the last couple of shows they've done that did not perform very well, like the Star Wars preschool show and the Little Mermaid show. They did not perform.
I'm sorry, Star Wars is not for babies anyway.
Aaron, you said I thought they completely did away with Nickelodeon. I didn't know it was still around.
No, Nickelodeon's still around. I think they're under the Paramount. I think is it Paramount? I think they're under Paramount. So they're on the Paramount streaming channel, I believe. I don't know if they're still on TV. I don't know. I don't have Crable. It's been such a long ass time.
In fact, those toys were on clearance almost as soon as they hit
Rick's
the
official
shelves.
said be a support hero today
this stuff, right?
by using commands like
kids are watching
support.
Melon. Kids are watching YouTube. They're watching streaming or something. You know what I'm saying? They're not watching Disney Junior, which is sad because our kids, when they were little, they used to watch Nick Jr. They used to watch Noggin. Remember Noggin? They used to watch Disney Junior all the time. Nick Jr.'s worse. Yeah, 68,000. Negative 39% drop from last year. Nicktoons is down 12%, 51,000. Boomerang, 34,000 people watch Boomerang, down 17%. Team Nick, 24,000 people, down 53%. Discovery Family, which I forgot existed. We used to watch with the kids when it was the Hub. 23,000.
That's what it's called now?
Down 18%.
Wait, what's it called?
Discovery Family, which I forgot existed. We used to watch with the kids when it was the Hub. 23,000.
Oh shit, they changed the Discovery Family now? Oh my god, I remember when the Hub came into fruition. That was a weird one. I thought it was like a weird Cartoon Network ripoff, which is funny because I think Cartoon Network did own the Hub. It was like a sister company, like a baby sister company or some shit. Now it's called Discovery. What the fuck?
Down 18%. Universal Kids, which I believe, I'm not 100% certain on this one. I don't have it pulled up, but I think
it's funny because I think it was before it was the Hub. It used to be called Discovery Kids. It was Discovery Show, but for kids. So it was like super educational shows, or shows. The network itself was called that.
Samurai said, "Yeah."
Yeah. See, I'm old. I just realized how old I truly am.
Aaron, you said I remember Discovery Kids.
It was Discovery Kids, right? And then it was and then went to the Hub. And now it's back to called Discovery Family. That's crazy. It's kind of like back when the early 2000s, if you had DirecTV, like Disney Channel, well, I think it's still called Disney Channel, but Disney Channel, like there was 3 channels. There was like Disney Channel 1, Disney Channel 2, and then there was, at the time it was called.
The Samurai said Discovery Kids, the Hub Discovery Family.
It's right, and then like, I think in the early 2000s it was Disney Channel 1, Disney Channel 2. They didn't say 2 or 1, but you knew, like you had 2 channels.
Mike Kaz asks, Bri, really?
And the second one was called Toon Disney. It used to be called Toon Disney, not Disney XD. I remember when they changed the name.
Aaron, you said I remember when the intros used to say soon coming to DVD and VHS.
Yeah, like
exploding head emoji.
Yeah.
Bot Rick's official said be a support hero today.
And like
by using commands like /donation.
It was called.
The Samurai said, "Yeah."
It was called Toon Disney, and I remember it was in 2010, I believe. They changed the name, and I saw it happen. I was up at night.
By using commands like /donation.
The channel kind of went off for like a couple of seconds, like for like a good minute. I think it was a minute, and it was like, it showed like this this picture of like this barn, not barn, but it was like a what do you call it? Like a fence. It was a fence. It was like a wooden fence, like a backyard wooden fence, and it had Disney on it. It had a Disney XD, and I didn't know what the fuck that was. It was literally it popped up late at night. It was like what, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, and I was up from school because I was out from school at the time. I was in like middle school, going to high school, I believe. Um, and it was so awkward. It was like, what is going on, right? And it literally changed within like 5 to 10 minutes, and then everything was different. I literally watched the whole changing of like Toon Disney to becoming Disney XD, and it trying to be larger than life type stuff. Like they was trying to do this weird Jetix thing, which is funny because Jetix was a way better TV block for Disney than it was Disney XD in my opinion. It's weird because like I didn't think the name change needed, but it was 2010, so everyone wanted to go bigger than life. So it kind of made sense now as an adult. As a kid, I didn't think why that was even necessary. And then I think one of the number one things that really they wanted to like separate themselves from Jetix, or at least be a competition to Cartoon Network because they had their Adult Swim block in Toonami. For some god-awful reason, they thought it was a good idea to put Naruto, of all things, Shippuden on Disney. And I thought to myself, like, if you was a kid who watched a lot of Disney and Cartoon Network, you know there's a tone that both channels and networks had. So what that meant is like, if you watch something in Cartoon Network, you are going to watch something pretty violent, or something that's more, I wouldn't say the word edgy, but a lot more, I wouldn't say adult, a lot more, I wouldn't say down to earth, like a lot more just
Samurai said,
entertaining.
Yeah, I was like WTF.
Right? And because like you watch Samurai Jack, you watch Dexter's Lab, all of them are pretty violent in their own way, just enough for it not to be too violent, right? Samurai Jack was probably the closest culprit to this, but because they used the excuse of he's in the future, because they know they couldn't have him slaying like organic characters as a kid. So they had like robots, so everything was
Aaron, you said
robot.
I can't believe they put Naruto on a kid's show.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
They put
They
Naruto.
were little kids, not tweens.
No, but that's the thing. Like for Cartoon Network was on that shit because they had that Toonami block and everything in the 90s, and so because everyone was like, I think the reason why Cartoon Network got away with a lot because in the late 90s, everyone believed the world was coming to an end, so everyone was kind of like on their
Mike
shit.
Cass set up next Berserk and right after Evangelion right here on Jitch.
Right? And then, like, when I saw Naruto, I was kind of confused, like, as a kid, because you knew the tone of each network, like Nickelodeon, Disney, and Cartoon Network. So, like, the way I look at Nickelodeon, it's like, oh, gross out humor type stuff, like, ew, they talk about toilet like humor to a certain degree. With Cartoon Network, they're like, okay, this is more entertaining, and we're kind of playing it a little more serious. Not even with the Adult Swim stuff. Like if you watch like Samurai Jack, if you watch
Ryu the Samurai said, "Old Mike."
Like we call it Star Wars, the Clone Wars, or like any show, Gundam, right? Like Toonami block, right? So you already had this like feeling as a kid watching Toonami and watching any other show outside Toonami was pretty violent and like pretty like out there on tone, like Dragon Ball and all that stuff, right? But when you watch Disney, it was like, okay, this is wholesome stuff for family stuff. It's not going to go anywhere that insane. The only time it goes anywhere close to insane in a Disney is when you're watching a legitimate Disney movie, like a Beauty and the Beast, Lion King, Tarzan, like, you know what I'm saying? They never show death. They kind of like apply it if ever there's ever you've seen any actual like
Aaron,
blood and
you said
death.
I tell you one that's cringe. Have you even seen those children's kids shows for babies like Miss Rachel? They are woke like crazy. In my opinion, definitely not baby nor kid friendly. Like, geez, don't expose that to baby's person face palming emoji, female sign emoji.
Oh, I didn't know about that one. I'm not familiar with that one, but I would believe you that it is. But like, they had a tone, right? So when you saw Naruto, because you know how Naruto would have worked on Disney if they had Jetix.
Mike Cass said seeing DBZ Kai on Nicktoons was a real shocker.
That too. That everyone wanted the anime pie, and it kind of like it failed for Disney and Nickelodeon to a certain degree because Nickelodeon was trying to do what Cartoon Network was doing with their action block. Because remember, Cartoon Network had like the animes, more established compared to the other ones because they had Toonami, and then they had like DC at the time, and they played a Marvel movie. I think the only Marvel movie they ever played on Cartoon Network was Spider-Man, but this is before,
Aaron, you said yeah,
way
it's a wreck.
before.
They tried to encourage like opposite genders were okay to change, etc. TikTok went in depth on it.
That's crazy. That's crazy stuff. But like on Cartoon Network, I think the only show that they played on Cartoon Network was Spider-Man. Like it was the Sam Raimi ones. I think there was just Spider-Man 1 or 2, but that's it. And that was way before Disney even required Marvel. That was like in probably 06, 07. And then I think Marvel got required in like
Ryuga Samurai said, right, Mike?
So like that's what happened. So so when you saw like, cuz I'm not going to lie, Disney did have anime. They had Beyblade, right? And it felt right, the reason why Beyblade worked on Disney, because Disney felt like they was selling you something, right? Like Digimon. They had Digimon. I think they had Digimon, they had Beyblade, they had
Aaron, you said I know some parents are iffy about Bluey, but TBH, I don't see how it's a bad show. TBH thinking face emoji.
I don't think nothing's wrong with it. But like they had like if for some odd reason I didn't have a problem. Oh, you know what? Why? You know why I didn't have a problem Beyblade being on Toon Disney, or at least Gen X at the time? Is because before Toon Disney was really requiring like anime. I don't know if anyone remembers this, but like in the early 2000s, if you got up early on Saturday mornings, which they don't do anymore, you know on Fox, they'll have Fox Kids or Fox Box, or I think it was 4Kids. They go through different stages, and then other channels had their own Saturday morning cartoons, and then when it passed a certain time, like afternoon time, they'll stop and play like the adult shows or more like adult oriented shows. It was called ABC Family, and I did not know this, but as a kid at the time, I didn't know that Disney required ABC or ABC Family. So my introduction to Beyblade was on accident because I didn't have like a good like TV, and because the remote was shit, and I had to like, you have to press the button really hard for this to change. That's how broke we was. I remember I accidentally put in like one number in, and this is before I had DirecTV. It was like cable TV. We had ABC Family, right? And I accidentally ran into Beyblade, and I don't know what episode it was. I don't even think it was in the first episode, but I found it really fun to watch as a kid growing up. And then when I found out that Beyblade was gonna be on Toon Disney at the time, or Gen X, it was amazing. And then I think that revived the show, because I think the show got canceled in like an ABC Family, like season 1, and then I think because it did so well on Disney, especially on DirecTV, season 2 came, and then season 3, and I think it was only 4 seasons. I think it was 3, and then I think Beyblade really established itself on Disney, because like the whole G Revolution thing, and then after that, I think Beyblade kind of fell off from that point. After it became on Cartoon Network, I don't know why. I think it's just I didn't like how the show was going. I kind of like Tyson and his friends. That's it. That's as far as it goes. I know I'm being biased on this. I'm pretty sure the show is probably good, but like I can't do it. It was just getting too ridiculous. Like I know that Beyblade is ridiculous. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh. Like I look at Beyblade like original Yu-Gi-Oh, right? But I don't look at any more past G Revolution as like a better version. I just kind of look at it as like a knockoff version of itself. I just couldn't do it because it just felt weird. And what's even more weird, they never ever harken back to like the old shows, to Tyson and his friends as like idols or anything like that. They just kind of like forgot they exist, which I didn't really appreciate that part, because in later on shows of Beyblade, they would talk about past characters from their universe. So it was like, wow, they never talked about Tyson and his friends. That actually made Beyblade a thing, but you know, it's like literally having a new Pokemon show and they don't mention Ash Ketchum at all. I'm like, bro, we're just gonna pretend like Ash doesn't exist? Okay. We're just gonna pretend that Ash doesn't exist. Okay.
completely 20,000 people watching it, 5%. Disney XD down 44%. Nobody's watching this stuff, right? They said Adult Swim managed to clock in as the top-rated animation-related cable channel, if only by staying somewhat flat, only a 3% decline versus other channels plummeting. Between this and Warner Brothers Discovery's current leadership,
Aaron, you
not
said I
caring about
remember the
animation
only
outside of
anime I
Adult
got
Swim
into
and
when
DC
before I
Comics.
was even in middle school was Pokemon. The kids were nuts about it.
Yeah, it was Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Sailor Moon.
Ryuga Samurai said he definitely doesn't exist in the games.
True. True, but like, wasn't Red supposed to be like an incarnation of like Ash Ketchum? Because if I remember right, I believe they said that the Pokemon manga is a lot more darker than it is compared to its anime counterpart. I believe like I think the anime is a lot kid friendly, extremely more kid friendly. I think even more kid friendly than ever in later seasons, because if I remember in season 1, Ash Ketchum was an asshole. Ash was really an asshole.
Ryuga Samurai said definitely darker.
Because like if I remember right, Ash is an asshole to a certain degree. He really was. He'll throw hands with Pokemon. He threw hands with other trainers. I remember he got in a fight with like 3 or 2 trainers before physically, and then he got in a fight with Mewtwo, which was wild. I don't think he ever fought any other Pokemon after that. I don't think that will do well very much for the show. But like, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. And then after like I wouldn't say the Johto. I think right after, I would say Dawn left, or I think May or Dawn. One of the, because I go
Aaron,
by
you
seasons.
said, well, Ash was pretty young when he got Pikachu until season 3 or 4 he became more mature.
I wouldn't say mature is the right word, in my opinion. This might sound weird, but like I don't think the word mature is the right word. He's just docile. Like extremely docile compared to his more younger counterpart. Because like when I look at Pokemon now, like everyone's super friendly all the time. It almost feels not believable. Like I understand it's a cartoon show with literal pocket monsters. I get that, but like even Digimon still has his edge to a certain degree. And I haven't watched the later seasons. It's just like it just never like. Then again, like remember, Digimon is a lot less compared to like Pokemon, but I don't know. Ash just came off extremely too friendly to me to the point that it just doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel like the same person. And I understand he needs to grow.
Ryuga
I get
Samurai
that.
said, remember when he stole Misty's bike?
Yeah, he stole our bike. He got a fight with physical fight with like other trainers. For whatever the hell was the reason. I think he almost got into a physical fight with Paul at one point in like the far later seasons. I don't think they ever did, but he did not like Paul. I don't know if they were reconciled between each other. I don't know how that ended or how that went. I don't know if Paul became a better person, but Paul was a great antagonist to Ash at the time when Paul came in check, even though his name was Paul. I thought that was the funniest thing. He had the most basic man name. He had the most basic dude name, Paul. I could not take that name seriously, given how like ruthless he was.
Samurai said, because Paul mistreats his Pokemon.
Yeah, but like he was like it's like his name is Paul, right? His name is like I don't know, Dante or something. I would say okay, Dante the abuser, I get it, but Paul the abuser. Paul does my taxes. You know what I'm saying? Like come on.
The brother and the sister with the letters on their shirts were always after Ash, even through the very first season all the way until the final season.
I knew No, they're not brothers and sisters. They become married. You're talking about Jesse and James. They're not brothers or sisters. They actually got married and had children later on in time after the whole Pokemon thing. It's literally, I think that's canon. They actually fall in love and then have babies and retire.
Aaron, you said I didn't know that.
Yeah. But yeah, like Ash, I understand Ash is supposed to be a better person, but like there was no edge left of him. You know what I'm saying? There was no edge. But that's probably just my schizophrenia talking. Hold on, let me fix this. Let me fix this. Hold on. Try and fix it. I'm hungry as fuck now.
Ryuga Samurai said the crazy thing is that Ash been 10 since the late 90s.
Yeah, he was. They never bothered to grow him up. They just put different clothes on him. And I get that, because remember, every new generation, they want to like keep that in check, and I get that. And the one thing I can...
Is what Boomerang and Cartoon Network used to be back in the day.
Give to the Japanese, and the Japanese do this way better than us Westerners. For some reason, we lost the plot on this, but like, if something's not broke, don't fix it. For some odd reason, we Americans have this stupid tendency to have something that's working and totally fuck it up. We have a tendency to do this.
Said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
Ever since the late 2010s, we have a tendency to want to like fuck up something good, and I don't know why. The Japanese, they know what works. If it works, they do not change it. They'll make like 1 or 2 little changes that you won't even notice or really wouldn't care for, but they'll keep everything still intact. You know what I'm saying? They know that sex sells, right? So they'll use like...
I think they have a fear of it getting stale, I think.
For Americans, yes, I believe. But for Japanese, if they know, if Japanese or Chinese or even Korean, if they know something works, they will not change it until it literally falls off the wheels. We will take off the wheels. We will have something on wheels. And then it's, even if it goes fast or it's going pretty good, we'll take off the wheels just to say that we're being different. And then expect us to go down the hall, go down the mile. And then expect us to, or expect people to be like, get on the bus, and then let's take on this no going anywhere type ride, and then expect people to still be on board. This is why the Japanese figured out that sex sells, and this is why they're doing better than us, because they're using sex to sell. Like, look at Marvel Rivals, look at every gacha game, you know what I'm saying? They're making millions and trillions on, like, millions, dude. They're making millions and billions just putting, like, slapping a generic anime girl with some nice honkers and call it a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is.
Ryuga Samurai said right. It has to be different and good.
It has to be different and good, right? And then when it's different, it's usually never good. And then when you point out the difference, you use your pattern recognition skills, you get called a name. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's crazy.
You have a, I actually
it's wild.
Subscribe to Friendly TV on Roku just to be able to watch MeTV Tunes. It's actually pretty good. Nickelodeon's down. So why aren't they making new cartoons? Why aren't they greenlighting new shows?
Because they're scared. I would say they're scared because if they're not putting any diversity in it, they know it's not going to go anywhere. So they're in the they're shit in a can right now, because like if we write diversity stuff, people are not gonna like it. If we don't put diversity stuff, we won't get rewards, we won't get no money like that. We're not gonna get as much money, even if it does well. And the streaming services are not gonna be happy with that, because they want that ESG, that sweet ESG money. Right? And then, if any of these people whiff anything close to wokeness, it's over. You know what I'm saying? Look what they did with He-Man. You know what I'm saying? Like, think of He-Man. Remember when they first showed He-Man Masters of the Universe reboot? And the whole trailer is the first episode? Remember, the first trailer is supposed to be a representation of the whole season to what's to come. What they didn't bother to tell us, or they bothered to put, is that whole trailer is the first episode. That's why you see nothing but He-Man. And then when you figure out that that's the first episode,
you said, I also heard that Disney is still trying to make new Disney movies, but the audience hates them like crazy. They keep saying the old Disney movies were better, but the ones they have now, it's to woke FR.
Yeah, that's usually what it is. And then what's happening is like if yeah, that's pretty much it. If they go by exactly what Larry Fink wants, you know you're not getting no money. You're not getting no money. It's just not happening. But if you do what the audience wants, you'll get ostracized by your peers and X, Y, and Z because of the message. So you're screwed.
Well, if you've only got a handful of people watching, you don't.
And then if they sniff anything woke, they're not going to watch it because they already know if one thing goes left, everything goes left. And then you found out that in the first episode of He-Man, which was the whole trailer, I think by the second episode, he's dead. He-Man is dead. I'm not even kidding. They killed off the main title character in the first episode and then replaces him with some woman who has He-Man traits, if you get what I'm saying. What does that tell you? They did the same thing with Scott Pilgrim. I forgot what it's called. Scott Pilgrim something. I don't know if it was a reboot or just a reimagining of the show or the comic book from the movie. But I think the first episode or two, Scott Pilgrim's not in it till like the far end. I think he's like in the first episode and then he's not back to like the far end of the season. All of it was about Ramona Summers, I think her name. Ramona Summers.
You said I wish the human mind had never gotten into our generation.
Right.
Kids won't enjoy them, which, if we think about, will be future adults, but they'll be brainwashed from all the woke stuff. It's pretty scary to watch.
It is.
Ryuga Samurai said Scott Pilgrim takes off.
There we go.
So why aren't they making new cartoons? Why aren't they greenlighting new shows?
Ryuga Samurai said Ramona Flowers.
People watching,
there we go. I thought it was Summers.
You don't have any incentive to, do you? You just rerun SpongeBob. You just rerun Teen Titans Go. And this is another blow.
Oh, that was the biggest problem for me. I had a problem with that. Before we cut to cable, I noticed there was like a high prefila of Teen Titans Go. Like a lot of Teen Titans Go. Like it was very strange. Like it was a lot of it. I was like, why is this show? Like I like Teen Titans, but Teen Titans Go is not that fun to watch. It's like really silly, and I get it why it's silly, but like, why is there a lot of it? It's not like a lot of Gumball or even Steven Universe, which is weird. They don't have that on rerun, but okay. And I noticed something when a show finally comes to its end and it's on rerun. They don't even play like the rerun of the seasons in order. They just kind of play random episodes. Isn't that weird? I found that very weird. Like, okay, like say you watch Teen Titans on like Cartoon Network, right? And you saw the final episode of Teen Titans from the whole like Brother Blood. Was it Brother Blood? No, was it Brother Blood? The dude with the Brainiac like dude, the ripoff dude. And he went after every Titan, and then they defeated him and stuff.
Teen Titan was good, but someone told me that they totally changed the original characters is what set them off.
Yeah, on Teen Titans Go.
I said maybe because the other ones aren't episodic.
True. But what's weird is like they'll just stick with two like the main shows that was probably the most popular.
The last couple of years now, and it is good to see other people agreeing with us. It is definitely on death's door. I mean, they canceled a bunch of shows. They're not really greenlighting new shows. Some of the IP I think they're doing movies for Max. They got rid of their building, right? The Cartoon Network offices, they're gone. I mean, eventually Cartoon Network is just going to be a brand that Warner Brothers slaps onto some content. But I'm telling you, it's not important. Cartoons are not important to these studios anymore, right? And I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I'm not trying to like talk you out of your dream or talk you off the ledge or whatever. But I'm being realistic. The days of them greenlighting a bunch of shows from people from Tumblr are long gone.
Gone. That should have died since the day happened. I'm not even kidding. I could have told you that. I could have told you that. I'm not even kidding. I saw the writing on the wall in the way those cartoons was being presented. Those cartoons, those Tumblr-esque fan fiction, I need to do my shipping type of cartoons. You know what I'm talking about. If you get what I'm saying, you get what I'm saying. Those shows was horrendous and terrible, and we all knew it. But no one said anything because they didn't want to become hateful or some stupidness. They're horrendous. That's why most of them had no season 2, no season 1, not season 2, not season 3. If you got luck, you got season 2. I'm not even, like on Netflix I'm talking about. Or like on these streaming services. I'm dead serious. You got mad lucky if you did. I don't know, man. That was wild. That was a wild time.
Is not coming back. It's not coming
I think one of the most egregious ones was Hyde Guardian Spice from Crunchyroll. That was the craziest one. I don't know why Crunchyroll even bothered to greenlight that shit. That was the weirdest part. But then again, I remember there's a Western division and I think there's a Japanese division. I don't think they converse with each other based on decisions. I think they make their own decisions. So I think that's where shit went left. And we all saw why that went.
Aaron, you said if you think those shows were bad, you should have watched on YouTube some of the types of kids shows they tried to air for like Christian kids. Man, I'll say this much, but they were dark AF.
I'm not gonna see the thing is about
I
that.
said, yeah, they wasted you all money and GL.
I think the thing is about that when it comes to YouTube, it's a difference to me when I see any animation on YouTube, whether it's Tumblr-esque or something anime or something. I don't really mind those because those are independently made 9 times out of 10, if ever. It's ever really ran by a AAA company. But and remember, YouTube, you have to go.
Said, and I should have mentioned, those were sort of shows were like in the 70s and mid 80s. Those were cringe as heck.
Oh, if you're talking about those are different. If you're talking about those clay animation for Christian shows that I was talking about morality and it went down very dark, I rather those, and I know that sounds weird, but like the reason why I rather those is because it taught children that not everything's sunshine and rainbows, right? And that was a great way to put it, even though it was really dark and it could give you like nightmares. It at least didn't pat you on the head thinking everything will be fine. You know what I'm saying? So in a weird way, I know that sounds crazy, but like if you really stop and think of it,
yeah, those were so weird.
Yeah, it was very weird, but it at least it kept them in a sense of like everything is not always going to go the way you want, or not everything you're going to think is going to go the way you want, or not everything's perfect. You know what I'm saying? This is why sometimes I don't say this is a good thing, but sometimes I think bullying is needed. Sometimes it brings character in people. It shows how you can actually stand up for yourself and stuff like that, you know. But I know how that can go, so I wouldn't push that too much. But sometimes a bully sometimes make you realize how life could be and makes you more motivated to do better sometimes and avoid constant confrontation.
If you're what they're going to do for the most part, I mean, Netflix is even going to look at the situation and be like, hey, you know what? It is more cost effective to just import stuff from Japan or do a co-production or something. I mean, hell, one of the biggest hits they had was Arcane, right? League of Legends. And they got hosed on that because not enough people watched it to justify the cost. It was a beautiful show.
If you like to eat healthy, this might be the craziest deal in the
But it costs you.
Nightbot said be a support hero today
cost too damn much
by using commands like /donation
to make revenue. You know, not enough people are watching to make the ad revenue worth it. I mean, $500,000 to $1 million an episode minimum, especially with union talent. That price is going to go up. Price tag is going to go up. Do they sell toys? Right? I mean, that's a big thing. I know people are like, oh, it's a toy commercial. Speaking of which, R.I.P. The legendary voice actor John Irwin, who was he did do a separate video on it, but he passed a couple of days ago. You know, he was 88 years old.
Damn.
And it does feel kind of like the end of an era there. But He-Man in particular, and Transformers and G.I. Joe, they were all targeted when I was a kid by parents originally. If I remember correctly, right-wing parents. And then going into the 90s and the 2000s, we had all these millennials and hipsters being like, those shows were just toy commercials. Now we're making high art. And I'm like, well...
Aaron,
Yeah.
you said TBH where we stand now.
It's
I'm
fun.
amazed that Cartoon Networks haven't gotten out of a job because of the insane stuff they've been putting out. Holy Toledo.
But they are. Were you listening? Cartoon Network's gone. Their building is gone. Their staff animation's gone. They're gone. Cartoon Network's gone. Their building's gone. Everything's gone. Cartoon Network's dead. There's no more Cartoon Network. I don't even think they're on cable anymore. That's why we're talking about this. Like, Cartoon Network's gone. It's not coming back. All their IP is on HBO Max. We don't even refer to it as Cartoon
Aaron,
Network.
you said it's been a while since I last heard this news. Teach lol grinning squinting face emoji been busy.
Oh.
Strawberry. Sprout plays. Strawberry. Said I have a question. Do you swear in stream?
Yes, I do.
Strawberry. Sprout plays. Strawberry. Said hi.
Hello. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
If you don't sell toys, you really can't afford high art, can you?
Oh yeah, yeah, that was right there. I lost my train of thought. It was like, now those parents who were complaining back in the day how He-Man and all these shows, but those conservative parents back in the 80s, like
Strawberry.
70s,
Sprout
80s,
plays.
90s,
Strawberry. Just followed.
complained how much He-Man and all those shows was like poisoning their children. Now they miss He-Man. You know, it's funny. Like, I remember when the whole the Superman being on the other side of the fence was a big thing from conservatives, saying, oh, they made Superman this, when they didn't really make Superman that way. They made his son John Kent that way for political reasons, nothing more than that, because he just happens to have a K-pop boyfriend with pink hair. That's really on the nose, and they're all of a sudden fighting climate change at the same time. You don't think that's kind of on the nose? Come on, that was politically driven. And then the issue of that comic only sold what? That was hot. It was a hot comic for like 1 or 2 months. That's it. And after that, the sales plummeted like bad, like bad, terrible. We all saw that coming. See, the problem with these companies, they try to do.
Aaron, you asks, was Scooby-Doo politically driven too? No?
Yes, it was. It was on the latest Mindy Kaling's Velma. God, that was horrendous. That show is not funny. That show is not funny. It actually spits in the face of like the show, of like Scooby-Doo as a whole and the fans. That is a terrible show. Anyone who tells you that show is funny is probably a fan of Amy Schumer. I'm telling you now. You probably think Amy Schumer is funny. You probably think she's funny.
10 years where there's all kinds of venture capital.
And if you think she's funny, I don't even think you're a feminist. I think you're a terrorist.
Kids were watching these channels. I mean, Disney Channel was huge 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
Years ago. And it's completely fallen off. Kids are watching TikTok. They're not even watching, I don't even think they're watching YouTube much anymore. The demographics of YouTube are shifting too. I think it's either really little kids watching preschool stuff, or it's their parents watching podcasts and how-to videos and stuff like that. Like the middle of the
Ryu the
road
Samurai said
YouTube
stop
channels, they've really fallen off.
Well, they've fallen off because, well, TikTok has bred these children. I don't say TikTok per se, but these companies and Mark Zuckerberg have bred these children to believe that content should be like fast food. That's why they can't watch a show that's like 5 to 10 minutes long anymore. They can't. They can't watch a cartoon. Remember cartoons back in the day used to be 15 minutes, 25 at max? 30, like the 5 minutes was like the credits, right? The last 5 minutes was credits, like 20 minutes to 15 minutes was the like a standard cartoon show. It'll only be 30 minutes because they have the commercial breaks within it, but that's it. But now these kids can't last more than 5 seconds to watch a TikTok. If it's not like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, oh god. They're not all of them, but this is happening to adults as well. Right? They can't focus. It's like almost like a manufactured ADHD type experiment to a certain degree, if you ask me. It feels that way to me. It really does feel that way.
And viewership, and I'm looking at people that were like big gaming YouTubers a couple of years ago. Nobody's really watching that stuff anymore because I think that audience either aged out or they went over to TikTok or something, right?
Aaron, you said, I wonder if a lot of the super old cartoons like Popeye, Betty Boop, The Jetsons, Flintstones, etc., were politically driven or just for pure innocent kids.
No, that was not political. There was no way you can make it like something like actually, the times we live in now, Wilma and Fred being married is politically driven in their head. Because he's not a cuck and the other one's not a business mogul. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He actually like cares about his family and tells us, and he's not a moron like Peter Griffin. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at Fred Flintstone and look at Peter Griffin, you see who's the smart one in the room. Right? Or like if you look at every adult cartoon dad or even Disney dad, I refer to them as Disney dads. You notice that they're either really stupid or they're really not aware of their surroundings. And they usually write the woman to be smarter or be in charge of virtually everything and anything. They have bred children, women, and even men to believe that men are just stupid and that's it, nothing more. They're not useful, they're stupid, they're just there.
Ryuga Samurai said true, they always make them dumb.
Like if you look at like fathers, like cartoon fathers, or even fathers in like sitcoms in like the early 90s to late 80s, 70s, they're pretty smart. They're usually very down to earth, and they usually tell it for what it is, right? From, I don't mean to use this, but I'm using based on context. I'm talking about like, I know he's in jail. And he deserves to be there for what he has done, but I'm using context based on the father figure thing, not the actor. And yes, I'm referring to Bill Cosby. At the Bill Cosby show, it was about family. Same thing with Family Matters. Same thing with like even the 70s show, and that came out in the like early 2000s. Like the men weren't stupid. Well, the men who were doing drugs in the 70s was stupid. But like the father, Red, was not stupid. He was hard ass, but he was not stupid. Right? Or like Ray Romano. Like Everyone Loves Ray. Even Everyone Loves Chris. His dad wasn't an idiot. He was just very financially conscious.
Said he was hilarious.
Right? And he was hilarious, and he was to the point, right? I guess Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the uncle who was not technically the father of Will, but he was the uncle, he was the father figure, right? And then like what was it? Married with Kids, I think that was one. Love and Marriage, that like these shows was like the father was either one of two things. He was really self-aware, he was very straightforward to the point, and sometimes he might be a hard ass, but he was not an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Now we have the Disney dad era where from Peter Griffin to
Samurai said Uncle Phil.
Like even like Uncle Phil, like even if even if you watch like early Simpsons, like first few seasons of
Ryu the Samurai
Simpsons,
said Hank Hill.
like shit, even early Simpsons, like early Family Guy and Simpsons, shit, like no, that like Peter wasn't that stupid, nor Homer. And Hank Hill is exactly. Hank Hill is probably the only only cartoon animated dad that was not stupefied. He was misguided in some situations, but he was super conservative. So like some things he didn't understand because of the new how things was changing. I get that, but like after that, like he was not an idiot, and he took charge when he could, especially when I think it was something about he kicked some guy's ass because he was being like mean to his family or something. I forgot what it was. He chased after some dude. He was kicking his ass. He was
Jolly
literally
Entre 35 Bricks said kind of like Fairly Odd Parents.
Yeah, like if you watch first few seasons, the first episode pilot or first 3 episodes or 4, I think first 4 episodes.
Ryu the Samurai said literally.
Like literally, he was like Cosmo wasn't stupid. He was actually quite smart. For some odd reason, they just made him really dumb for like no reason. And you know what's and the awkward thing about this is a lot of people don't point this out, but if we're writing the men to be this dumb, right? And they are somehow pulling women that are much smarter than them and better looking at them in all ways. Who's the smart one in this situation? Like, think about it. If I'm an idiot, but I pull like if I'm a dude like Peter Griffin and I pull a woman like Lois, who was considered in the show pretty in her prime, or whatever case may be, even after the fact, and she's always in charge, she's always doing everything, and I'm just an idiot, I'm just there, and she's taking care of me and the kids. Who's the winning person in this situation? It's almost on purpose for me to be dumb, so I can live off, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can take care of me. If no one finds that problematic, that's weird. You don't find that weird?
Ryuga Samurai said they even dumbed down Cleveland in the Cleveland show.
Yeah, that was weird too. They tried to make Cleveland into like a Black Peter. That was weird. They made him say things that I don't think Cleveland would say or even go with. But because it's a black version of Family Guy, he had to be like Peter. It's exactly a cut and paste, like Rollo and then Stewie. There's like the I think her Roberta, I think that's the the daughter, and then you have Meg, right? And then you have the chubby, his son, and then you have Chris. Actually, quite frank, I don't remember even seeing the son anymore after he came back to Quahog.
Aaron, you said DBH though. Those shows where they made the parents super silly, etc. honestly was genius marketing for the shows.
It was, to a certain degree. But after a while, this leaves a impression, and this leaves a impression on kids and generations that comes after, and think this is normal.
Ryuga Samurai said he's there sometimes.
I never see him. Maybe I don't pay attention. I seen the wife come back many times. I seen the wife pop up here and there once in a while, but I never seen the son after the fact. I didn't see Rollo or the sister of Rollo. I just never seen them anymore. So it's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I don't like that whole stupefaction of all men. That doesn't make sense, because that gives young girls and just young boys that men are useless and stupid, and they just can't be. They're never a help. They're never there, or they're never like, especially if it's like a father figure situation. I'm not for that, right? So, like, I get the rhetoric. It's supposed to be funny, but like, it just seems like it's too much. Like every cartoon-oriented show that had a dad in it was either really stupid or not very aware. And I think this only works. This type of thing only works in like shows like Rick and Morty. Like Rick and Morty, like Jerry. Like, it makes sense because it's an adult-oriented show, but when you have something like kids and you have kids being, like, subjugated to this, they're gonna think that's how men are, right? And you don't want that because they're gonna have a very shitty position of perceived notion of how men are, especially if men of like authority or like fathers in general. That's not good. I think the only father that was a cartoon other than Hank Hill for kids was like a good representation of what a father should have been was probably, I'll say, actually no, I'm lying. Cartoon wise, I think it was Oscar Proud. I know he was over the top with certain things and he became a little overzealous with things, but it showed that he cared and he was a goofball, but he was not stupid, right? He was never an idiot. He was just a goofball. And there's a difference between being a goofy dude and being an idiot. Being goofy is like you say a funny joke or a very dad joke that no one laughed at, fine. But being stupid is like not able to count. You know what I'm saying? Or not saying you can't count because you're stupid, but like you get what I'm saying. You can't literally count when there's fingers in front of you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a problem. And I don't remember any cartoon where they written the woman to be as dumb as the man. Not once. Not once. You can't point out one show at all that makes the woman look crazy.
Ryuga Samurai said, well, King of the Hill is not a kid's show, but it's not too adult-like.
No, it's not adult-like, it's not a kid's show, but like it's somewhere in that weird middle.
Said, although when we talk about dads not being there, it reminds me of Batman. We didn't really know the origins of his parents unless we read the anime that revealed it.
Yeah, but there was billionaires.
954 Rick said WSP Jace.
There was billionaires, and they got killed by Joe. I think in the Batman art. Batman.
The Samurai said, but you can watch it with your family.
They killed it. They got killed by Joe Chill. He was at the time a lower level gangster who just wanted money, and then he became like a crime boss later on. I think for those who watched the Brave and the Bold cartoon, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up, Rick? I don't know if that's technically canon, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people will run with that anyway. Because it felt like it makes sense. If it feel like it would make sense given the context.
954 Rick said none much man WSP with US.
Oh, not much. What's up here? Right now we're just talking and shooting the shit as I'm doing this animatic. I should be done by now, but like I'm just getting too lost in my conversation. But other than that, there's nothing much. We're just trying to finish this animatic for Friday, so I can have this ready out and to go. This one's gonna be really simple, hopefully. Let's hope.
Channels, the animation channels that were huge 10 years ago just aren't now. You know, the exception of like Jaden Animations, I think she holds steady, and Odd One's Out, I think he's holding pretty steady. But he did his Netflix show, he disappeared, right? Glitch is doing good. They're doing very good actually. So yeah, I mean it's just like everything is changing. So I mean I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I'm not trying to rain on your parade here, but you know, all these networks are down, and these are the networks that buy animation, right? Variety even had it. Kids and teen networks are down. It's starting to sound like a broken record. Gen Z and Gen Alpha just aren't watching linear TV anymore. They're getting their Disney and Nickelodeon fix on streaming optimistically. But as YouTube and TikTok also grab their attention, it was another rough year for everyone in that space. It's over, guys. I mean, this age of animation, it's sad because there was some good stuff. There was some legitimately good stuff, but like, you've got so many industry veterans right now that are like, this industry is screwed. And this, I really would recommend watching this video by...
So what's going to happen is cartoon shows are going to be long gone, and what's going to happen is that what I'm going to predict is going to happen is that from now on, anything animation focused will be movie focused. That's it. I think that's what's going to happen. I think that's what's going to happen. For now, like Disney did this back in 07. I think their last animated film, not 3D film, not like Pixar or anything like Disney animation. The last time they made a animated movie wasn't, and a lot of people may think this, but it's not Treasure Planet. The last movie that Disney did that was 2D animation wise, that was a movie for theaters, not straight to DVD, but for theaters at the time. The movie was called Home on the Range. That's it. And after that, they declared they was never going to make any more animation 2D movies ever again. They'll still make their cartoon shows, but they're not going to make any more. And that was back in 07. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow they say, you know what, we're not going to make any more.
35 Bricks said, I remember when that came out.
It was a long time ago. No, I think it was in 03. I'm thinking 2007. I think it was in 03. And they said for now, I won't be surprised if Disney come out of nowhere and says, you know what, from now on, we're not going to make any more animated shows. But from now on, if we make any animated anything, there'll be like short specials, 8 episodes, that's it. And if we're going to do anything big, it has to be a movie. It has to be a movie. If it's going to be a 2D animated show. Actually, better yet, we don't even probably do that. We'll just make sure that the season's like 5 episodes, and that's the season. And you won't hear from us till like 2 years, 3 years later from this point on. So we not only save money, but we don't have to worry about, a giant budget. We don't need a giant budget. I don't think so. I think that's what's going to happen. That's literally my prediction. It's going to either happen one way or another. They're going to stop doing animation altogether. They're going to get rid of their cartoon shows like Phineas and Ferb, all these other shows, these rerun shows, and then they're going to be like, you know what, from now on, you guys got to have Disney Plus, and whenever there's something animated, it's going to be a super short. It'll be 5 episodes. That's going to be a literal season. That's it. Whatever the topic is, maybe it's a Mickey Mouse thing or a Mickey Mouse special. But as far as it's going to go, no, we're not doing no animation. It's too expensive. We need to divide and try to make up for our losses for the last couple of years because the movies ain't working. And if the movies ain't working, you definitely know that the goddamn animations ain't going to last long either. We all know that. So what's going to happen, we're going to, for now on, when we do anything anime related, it will be on the Disney Streaming Plus service, and it will be that of a movie, or it's going to be a very, 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 very short special. That's it, and you won't hear any more animation until like years from now. I can see that happening.
Steven Silver, and he said the one thing the union had to do, was curtail or stop outsourcing and or AI, and that honestly is an unrealistic ask, I think, in this climate when kids aren't even watching this stuff. It's sad. It's really sad. There was some very good stuff I loved.
Shit, kids are not watching this stuff. They're using the AI. You don't think kids are not using the AI you're trying to stop? You know what I'm saying? Like, kind of on the nose there, don't you think?
The golden era of Cartoon Network. I'm talking like late 90s through, I'd say about
Aaron, you said the old magic that I remember reading was about the magic that kids felt when Walt Disney made the iconic Mickey Mouse based off his own kid. The nostalgia back then was real and was about bonding with their family, not to be torn apart like it has now.
Yeah.
Bot Rick's official said be a support hero today.
Yeah.
By using commands like /donation.
The golden era of Cartoon Network. I'm talking like late 90s through
early 2000s.
I'd say about 2007, 2008.
Yep.
I think
See, what I say. I said it. I think like 2007 was like, I think at the time, I think it was 2005 if I'm right, or no, I think it was 2005. Where a lot of these shows was just innovative, like Star Wars, The Clone Wars. I would watch Star Wars: The Clone Wars again. Like, literally, I'm not even a Star Wars fan. I don't like Star Wars. But I will watch it again if it was in Star Wars, if, what's his name, Dedikoski did it again with the silentness and just told a story through just action, not even words. You don't have to say anything. Shit, I'll be on board.
But it's not good. According to, I mean, this is according to a Google AI overview. We've got some articles we're going to look at as well. Apparently, there are only 74,000 people watching Cartoon Network on any given day. That is not sustainable. There are YouTubers who get more viewers than that per day. Many, many, many YouTubers. So,
Ryu the Samurai said like Samurai Jack.
Conversation we've been having about the state of the animation industry. And we'll bring that up again. Do you really think a lot of shows are going to be greenlit for these platforms?
Nope.
These dying cable networks?
Nope.
Or Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network? And,
Hell no.
Disney Channel? No. I do not think we're going to see a lot of stuff greenlit for those platforms. I do not think we're going to see a lot of stuff greenlit for streaming either. Because remember, Netflix spent a lot of money on streaming series, on animation series, and a lot of them did not do well. I think Universal, they had their kids channel. I am pretty sure they shut that down completely. Trying to remember, a couple of weeks ago I read something about that. So it's pretty much over for animation on cable TV, which is going to significantly reduce the number of jobs. So again, back to what is going on in the animation industry. There are a lot of people who cannot find work right now. In fact, we've had more and more pros speak out, saying that the union negotiations were a failure, including Stephen Silver here, who's got quite the resume. And there are not going to be.
Aaron, you said I think it's impossible to bring back that old magic that Walt Disney spent so many years to bring that same magic to all the kids, now destroyed. His legend, though I fear, is slowly dying in the animation industry.
No, they don't mention Walt at all. They don't mention Walt at all. They made that apparently clear. They do not talk about Walt Disney at all. You're not supposed to talk about him. I don't. If I remember, I think they even moved his statue. They don't talk about Walt no more. They only bring up Walt in spirit, but they don't bring him up as in like, what will Walt want? They don't care. Walt's dead. That's how they look at Walt. Walt is a dead man who just happens to make this, and now we are owners of it. And they gaslight themselves thinking that they're the creators of this thing. They fucking, what's his name? Bob Iger says it all the time. People say he has a giant ego. People say that he acts like if he created Disney himself. Walt, like Disney World and everything. Like, most of these people have no philosophy like what Walt had. Yes, he had his problems given certain ideologies and stuff when it came to certain groups of people, as they claim that he did. But he kept that shit in check, at least to a degree where he can still work and get his shit done. Remember, I think if I remember right, what's ironic about Walt Disney is supposed to be, if I remember right, the representation of Tony Stark's father. If I remember right. I think that was Stan Lee said. Like, Tony Stark's father was literally like the Walt Disney of technology. The way he was represented and the way he was seen. Like, I think there was one where, the scene where, Tony is playing with, as a kid, he's playing with his father's model.
Aaron, you said I think Walt Disney also made some not very friendly shows, but they never made it TV because the producers convinced him not to air it. And that was like in the 1930s exploding hat emoji.
Yes, because of if I remember right, World War II, I think. Was it one? One of those two. So it was like propagandist type stuff. And I think he was extremely American patriotic, so that's why. It was the scene where Tony was a kid and he was playing with his father's modeling city or something about clean energy or something. I think it was in season 1. I mean, in the first Iron Man movie, or I think the third one. Because he was looking at one of his father's videos, and Tony was like watching it for, I forgot what was the reason. It was some type of reason, and he told his son to leave the room or something because he was bothering him or something. And then when Tony left as a kid out of the room because he was watching his videos as a grown man now, he left a message to Tony saying that his greatest invention was him. But if you look at the background of the model, it looks very similar to what Walt had when he was working on Disneyland. Because like Epcot and all that stuff he wanted to do before he died. I think he did that. I think he built the Epcot thing before he died. Well, remodeled wise is the little diagram he had on the table. But that was it. So, yeah.
Outsourced, a lot of them are going to be obliterated by the use of AI. And frankly, independent animation is going to be their lunch. A lot of people on YouTube putting stuff out there now that's picking up traction. Skibbity Toilet, right? I mean, come on. It's, Coco Melon. That's kind of where the future of everything is going, not the studio system. So this is just another...
What the? We're back here again. No.
Watch. And going into the 90s and the 2000s, we had all these millennials be down. I'm not trying to rain on your parade here. Very good stuff. I loved the golden era of Cartoon Network. I'm talking like late 90s through, I'd say about 2007, 2008. I think pre-Adventure Time. Even the first couple seasons of Adventure Time were really good. But I would say from the late...
Yeah, right after Adventure Time, the first few seasons of Adventure Time, that's where I think after season 1 or 2, I think from season 1 to 3, that's where all things went fucking off the rails. Because I remember when Adventure Time came into fruition, it was around the same time I mentioned about the whole Disney XD thing. On January 1st, I believe, it was January 1st or the first week of January in 2010, we saw the first trailer of Adventure Time. My God, that was something different. I never seen a trailer like that in my entire life as a kid. Like, just something that hooked you, like something like was different about this show. Like, this show was different. Like the lingo, the art style, everything was just like, just completely different. Just like as like a whole, like it was just something about it was like different. And I think everyone knew it, like, which was wild because like the dude who made, I think Adventure Time, I think it's the same dude who made Flapjack, if I remember right. But like the same dude who made Adventure Time went to Nickelodeon first, and he was trying to sell Adventure Time to Nickelodeon, and they said no because they didn't think it was gonna make any money. He went to Cartoon Network. They said yes, and I think he made like 1 or 2 changes, and that was it. And then the show's a phenomenon. So that's crazy.
90s through.
There is a universe where we're watching Adventure Time on Nickelodeon.
Late 2000s.
Or Flapjack.
Things were great. There were some really good.
Which is funny because Flapjack, even though it feels very Cartoon Network, it had that gross out humor that can work on Nickelodeon though.
Stuff out there, and now it's just content, right? It's just content. So I am going to implore you, if you work in the animation industry, work on a plan B. I think you're going to need it. Everybody who works in any kind of creative field has to have some kind of a backup because there is an ebb and flow to these kind of careers. It's just the way it is. And be prepared to do more yourself. If you really want it bad enough, you'll figure out a way to do it. You'll figure out a way to connect with your audience, but you're not going to be able to depend on the studio system anymore. You're not going to be getting your Tumblr cartoon, your Tumblr webcomic picked up by Cartoon Network, and they're not going to throw millions of dollars at you. There are people that have been doing this for years that can't get work right now. So there you go, guys. Hashtag Clownfish is right. Just saying. Again, thank you very much to Jaggins Junk for sending this over. Appreciate it. I totally missed this. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Check out the Shadowbinders pin set, newly launched on Kickstarter, and we'll talk later.
I'm a medical student. All I do.
I don't know how I feel about any of this because, like, you know, that's the thing. I never really put the effort to want to get into the animation industry. I didn't see myself doing animation at all. Shit, I didn't really see myself doing this art thing at all. I really didn't. I had other plans for other things, but like I didn't see myself doing anything like this. So that's why I'm not that distraught about it. Because it was never my dream to be like some type of artist. It really wasn't. I never planned to be. It just kind of happened that way. So, not that I'm not appreciative of like some of the opportunities I got in doing something like this, but it was never in the cards in my head. It was just kind of like, oh, I can draw a little well and stuff like that, and it was just kind of like a hobbyist thing that turned into whatever this is. And I'm grateful, but then again, I don't know if I would do it again, to be honest. I don't really know. Because I'm not much of a success story at all. I'm just a dude who made a few $100 off this thing I'm doing. I don't know if I don't really see myself doing this in 10 years or anything like that. It's just like, right now, like what helps my income to a certain degree. But it was never like a plan, or it was never in the works. It just kind of happened. Because when I first started Artextric, it was not to be a YouTuber, influencer, or anything close to that. It just happens to be like, okay, it was like a project that I was just doing for myself personally, because I just wanted to improve, because me and my friend at the time was working on some type of idea that he wanted to try, and I had no problem doing it because I was in college at the time, so I did it when I could help, but I only did it when I could. And I was doing my psychology work at the time when I was in college. So it was not like a priority to be like the best artist or anything. It was just a project that he brought up to me, and I said yes because, well, I had nothing better to do at the time, and we had the same share of love for like anime and interests in the same things. So I was like, why not? Why can't I help him? I don't see why not, right? And then one thing led to another, and I don't know. He just, I don't think he stopped, but I don't think he has done much with it as well. If out of the two of us, if anyone was a success story, out of the two of us, I think it was me. But that's not saying much of anything, because I don't have millions of followers. I do have like almost 100,000 on TikTok, but that's literally nothing compared to like a YouTube channel. You can actually make a good set of living off that if you know how to.
Aaron, you said that's why I started making soap TBH. My folks said that doing art wasn't a real job and that I had to find real work, so I'm trying it out, but also doing art as a hobby.
Yeah, you should.
So far, it seems to be balancing it out fairly well.
Yeah, I would do it as a hobby. I wouldn't do it as like a job. I would not make that as like your main income, because given like, if I'm pretty sure if this AI thing did not come into fruition at all, this will be a different conversation. From Clownfish TV, this would be a whole different conversation. I'm not even kidding. But because that lingering knowing that AI exists and it's getting better every time, there's no real need to be like be the best artist. Shit, I'm kind of concerned for them, and I'm concerned for people who are like.
Aaron, you said, and to think I got started out from just a kid. It's natural and I can fit into the society. It's literally genius.
Yeah, and like the thing is like I would always say to anyone who's starting off who wants to do art, I think you should do it as a side thing. Do it as a side thing, not a main thing. Just because once you make that certain thing into your main thing, it's really hard to swallow one's ego and get over it and say, I'm gonna stop doing that, especially if you invested time, money, and years into it. It's a different story, right? So I would do it as a hobby, or if you want to do it as a actual job, you have to have the skills and make yourself irreplaceable. Now that's going to be hard to do, but it depends on what position you are in. Not even financially, like just like what can you do? What can you do that the computer can't? or what can you do now that the computer can't do right now, right?
Aaron U asks, is it easy to swallow one's ego though if you can set your own hours and still get free time?
Well, that depends on what
Bob Rick's official said, Aaron, you leveled up to level 10.
That falls only under the fact that if you are... That just falls under the fact of your lifestyle and how your life is going. That's not like a universal thing that can work for everyone because everyone's different and their situation's different depending on their family living, their financial living, medical, mental, spiritual, whatever the hell you want to call it. Anything that has to do with like putting the effort to make time, that's really depending on your lifestyle and your financial situation. Because if you have money like that where you don't have to leave home, learning how to draw is like, look at PewDiePie. Like, let's use an example. Let's use PewDiePie. I know he's not the normal individual, but like, let's just say you had a job and or
Iris said, I'm gonna go out in a bit, so I gotta go, but have a good rest of your day or night. Bye.
You too. Goodbye. Let's say you had a job that plays pretty well and you get pretty good days off, or you work from home, or a case might be, right? And you don't have much to worry about. You're really good at your job. You don't.
Ryuga Samurai said later, Iris.
You can just go. You can like do your own work hours, whatever case may be, and the times you're off, you can just draw it. Look at PewDiePie. He did that, and then everyone hated him for it because he has time to do it, and that's just a big coping mechanism for people to say, because I don't have time, therefore I can't be as good as he is or be as good as Pewds, or that's a lie. If you're on your day off, that's where you should be drawing. I know that's a strange little sacrifice on that person's behalf, but that's just how the thing goes. Not everyone's going to have time, so you have to make time. You don't just get time. PewDiePie put in the time and work
Aaron,
and whatever
you
he was
said,
doing.
why should they be jealous of him when he clearly made himself independent?
That's the problem. That's their issue. They're not getting that part. That's why I don't have no problem with what he's doing. He can draw all he wants and draw as good as he wants to, and I have no problem with it because he's doing what a lot of people wish they could do. They're just mad that they can't do it. So therefore they try to look for any inkling in that armor to say, oh, he's only able to do that because he has millions of dollars. Well, where did he get the $1 million? YouTubing. Okay, go make a YouTube, but YouTube is not easy. Well, you're telling him that he made YouTube. What do you think he's doing? Right? Like, come on. Like, put that into the question. He has the time because he put in the time into something that isn't traditional. Gotta make that very clear. Is not the traditional thing. But then again, it worked out for him for whatever reason. Now, I'm not gonna say that you can end up being like that, but what can happen is you can get a job, or you can go to school, or what the case may be, or even start a YouTube channel and do what he did, or something similar, or something completely different, and see where that takes you. And then you may not be like PewDiePie, but you will at least have some form of income that's coming, right? And that form of income that's coming in can probably enough for you to live off, or at least a time to save. And then if things go even better, you can start really working from home, staying from home, depending on what your so-called
Aaron,
YouTube
you
job
said,
is.
I don't think it's that they can't do it, but they need to want the drive to strive to go towards doing what he does and how he gained his independence.
Yeah.
A person can't sit by and complain and not do anything.
Yeah.
It takes them to act before they see any accomplishments and be proud of it.
Yep. But they don't see it that way. That's why most of these kids you can't take serious, because when they say they're going to do something, they want confirmation from other people that they're going to watch it. They need confirmation, because if they don't get confirmation bias, they're not going to do it. They don't feel motivated to do it. That's why I keep telling people, they ask me, what is your motivation to keep drawing? I'm like, just to get better. That's it. My motivation is not to be better than everyone else, and my motivation is not to be better than some person that doesn't know I exist, meaning someone who draws way better than I do. My motivation is just to get better, whether it's drawing this raccoon that I'm drawing a busty anime girl, or a case may be. It's not really the subject at hand, it's just to improve. That's it. That should be enough for a reason, because trying to be the best and not knowing how to draw a hand is kind of stupid. Don't worry about just getting your technical skills up, and then worry about that stuff. That's aesthetic at that point. Worry about your technical skills, and then things will work out. That's it. That's it.
Aaron, you said don't schools teach kids about independence anymore, though? That's
I
super
doubt it.
vital to learn.
I doubt that. I think schools actually do the opposite. Most cases, if we're talking about public school and stuff.
Welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I'm not here with Geeky Sparkles in this video, so I'm going to talk about something she doesn't really care much about, and that's Dungeons and Dragons. I don't really care much about Dungeons and Dragons either, to be honest, at least not 5e and 5.5e or whatever the hell they're calling it. Hey, we got some news that apparently the orcs have been removed from the Monsters Manual because they're no longer monsters, they're people too, I guess. We're gonna talk about some of the politically correct changes to the new Dungeons and Dragons Monster Manual. Are you ready for it? Are you ready? Because it's just a very silly game.
Jesus Christ, yo.
Game for Portland. I think at this point, that's the only people that would be interested in playing this version of Dungeons and Dragons. So before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture.
Rick's official said be a support hero today,
guys.
by using commands like /donation.
We do have tabletop games in development. We're working on games right now. In the interim, we are offering a couple of pin sets out on Kickstarter. We just put this up like an hour ago. This is actually our inaugural product under the Nidaria Entertainment brand. And this would be some Shadowbinders pins. Shadowbinders characters, if you guys follow the comic. We have a pin set out there. Now they're 2-inch hard enamel pins. And we're going to be doing a couple of these pins early in the year. Not just Shadowbinders, but we have some actual gaming themed pin sets coming as well. And then we're going to move into doing some more graphic novels. We have Crimson Wren 2 up on deck right now. Jose has been doing some work on that. And we also are working on Adventure Engine, which is our tabletop RPG, which we've been talking about for a while. Hey, it's a lot of work, right? We're trying to reinvent the wheel here. It's a lot of work. It's not a D20 system. So we're working on that, but we also have some card games and stuff that we're working on. We're going to be doing a bunch of stuff, hopefully. And we're just moving everything over to Kickstarter because I don't like Indiegogo that much anymore. I'm going to be honest. I'm not feeling it. I'm really not feeling it on Indiegogo. I didn't like the last couple campaigns we did. I think they were... there's some of their practices I didn't think were very good. Let's just put it that way. So check it out on Kickstarter, the Shadowbinders Steampunk Fantasy Hard Enamel Pin Set Series 1, very first pins with the Nidaria branding on it. Thank you very much. Let's talk about this. So we gotta paint a story here. We gotta paint a picture. We gotta talk about what's up with the works in Dungeons and Dragons. And over the last couple of years, especially, some very ass-mad progressive gamers have decided that orcs are problematic. Orcs are apparently a stand-in for black people or something. I thought.
What the hell?
Drow, right?
What the hell? You look at an orc and you see black person? What the fuck? Yo. That's crazy work, bro. What are you doing? Are you serious? You can't be serious, right?
Before it, or trying to reinvent the world.
You can't be serious. I never looked at an orc and be thinking,
Ryuga Samurai said, here we go again.
Right? Like, I've never thought, let me look at this yellow, green, red, blue, gray, dark orc and be like, black person. That has never crossed my mind. The fuck? That's crazy.
I don't like Indiegogo that much anymore. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not feeling races. For some reason, we're making it racist by saying that they're stand-ins for real-world human races, and that's never been the case. But everybody's perpetually offended by everything, so we gotta look for something. Anyway, yeah, orcs have been made kinder and gentler, and apparently they're no longer stand-ins for black folks. They're stand-ins for Latinos.
What?
For Mexican folks, as evidenced by the new
wait, what?
Book, right? So yeah, they're not gone
what?
from the game, but they're no longer monsters. So they're not They're not in the monsters manual. So let's talk
Wow,
about this.
Aaron, you said I can't believe how sensitive they get, like person face palming emoji, female sign emoji. I feel bad for them who get scared now to come out of their homes because they'll be called racist like sheesh.
Bro, this is racist by default. What the hell? Oh, hell no. That's racist right there. What? They said it. They said it. They said it. The woke individual who tries to be who tries to prove and point out racism is usually the most racist person in the room. The most, it's, you know what's funny? I remember I watched a video where this one woman was talking about how evil Trump was because he's like, you know, the illegal problem, and she's like, for those who goes into like Mexican restaurants and stuff, if you voted for X, Y, and Z, you should not be there because now people who work in like Walmart and stuff see how all the individuals are gone. What are you gonna do now, Donald Trump, since they're all gone? That's what she said. And when I heard that, I'm like, this sounds very familiar. Didn't a certain celebrity say this same thing on The View when she said something close to the effect of, if you get all rid of the Latina community, Donald Trump, who's going to X, Y, and Z your toilet? I'm like, that's pretty racist. That's how you chalk up a whole section of people just because they happen to be known to be like your help at your
Aaron, you said, oh geez, now they're threatening us? I don't think I want to see how long that's going to last if police officers get a hold of them grimacing face emoji.
I'm pretty sure they will, but like the point is, like, when she said that, I was like, bro. And then what's funny, when she said it, the people on The View was like, oh, no. They said, no, that's not good. And then she realized she was in the wrong, right? And then she instantly realized she made a mistake saying that. And she tried to, like, walk it back real fast because she was trying to, like, clarify what she said. Well, no, she's super liberal, so that tells you right there what they think of you. Damn. That's sad.
This is coming from Dying Breed Tabletop.
Ryuga Samurai said his panics equals immigrants according to them.
See, what's funny about it is I don't even think she was being like actually racist on purpose. I think she genuinely was trying to help in that so-called statement. But because you hear it out loud, she realized, oh crap, that actually sounds more racist than I'm accusing the racist for doing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the irony. It just doesn't help.
Liches no longer have phylacteries because it might be offensive to Jewish people.
What?
Okay, in the new D&D 2024 Monster Manual, they now have spirit jars. It's better than spit jar, I guess. Also, sphinxes are no longer distinguished by gender, so they're asexual.
Mike has asked Spry, you heard that Japan have debates about if the sub or dub version of King of the Hill like we do for anime?
I'm not even kidding.
What
Orcs
the
aren't
hell?
in the book at all. Have a nice day. Yeah, well, let's go out and see. Here's the link. New things to kill. Furries. The Animal Lords, okay. I got Haunted House. I love Monster House. You guys ever see Monster House? I love Monster House.
Monster House.
That was a good movie. It's underrated. All right, here are the changes. Let's see here. GIF lore is largely the same. Okay.
Ryuga Samurai said nope, but I'm curious.
The change to the Lich is entirely about nomenclature instead of the Greek word phylactery, which has caused some controversy in the world of fantasy due to its association with Judaism. The Monster Manual now uses Spirit Jar. It functions the same, and I'm not sure if this change will supersede 50 years of precedent, but it's an example of wizards working to be as inclusive as possible. Is that
Why?
So this, look.
This is weird. Why?
If you showed me now taxes,
why?
Tax app and file your taxes yourself.
Oh my god, dude!
If you didn't file with us last year,
you shut up.
This image, and you show me this image in freaking 1987.
Oh,
88,
laugh in your face.
and you told me this is Dungeons and Dragons, I'd be like, hell no, this looks like My Little Pony or She-Ra or something.
Oh God.
But this is where we're at, guys. Sphinxes get a huge change in the new monster manual by doing away with the classic gendered sphinx classifications of androsphinx and gynosphinx. Instead, there are sphinxes of wonder, secrets, lore, and valor. They're
Cactus
multicolored
Blossom
now.
said the line art looks great.
Thank you. The Sphinxes
Mike
are.
has said pretty much it
hold
like
up.
no, it's better to hear it in its original audio, and the others say it makes it easier to watch or listen to in the background if
Wait.
dubbed.
I'm confused. Wait, hold up. If they're supposed to be sphinxes, right? Ain't sphinxes a specific color? Ain't that offensive by changing them color into different colors? Obviously, they're gonna change them to different colors for the for the obvious reason. Oh, the thing popped up. The annoying popped out. Hold on.
Aaron, you said that's not even funny anymore when Trump clearly stated there are to be two genders, male and female.
Hey,
This
watch
is
it,
literally
watch it,
insane. Holy
watch it.
Toledo.
Wait, watch it. We're on TikTok.
And classified as celestials instead of monstrosities. This change in form and classification reflects more the way sphinxes are depicted in Hinduism and Buddhism rather than the Greek-Egyptian influence of previous editions.
Jolly Ancher
Somebody's
35
been
Bricks said
watching a lot
sorry.
of Coco.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Sorry.
like, why? Whatever. There's no mention of the andro and gyno forms still existing, though they're listed on the conversion tables. Okay. I always get tripped up on this. It's Rakshasas, right? The tiger people, the cat people.
Yeah.
Well, now they can be anything. They can be tigers, crocodiles, birds.
Wow.
Here's where it gets interesting.
We gotta stop letting people like this get
Orcs.
into.
Orcs don't get any space in the new monster manual. In the 2015 version, they gave one of the iconic D&D monsters 4 pages of lore, stat blocks, and art. Now they only show up in the appendix, in the tables that let you convert them to a new monster. What? Wait, they only show up in the appendix in tables that let you convert them to a new monster. So you can't even use them as monsters now because they're a player race. Orcs have been a thorny subject lately, but even precious. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ryuga Samurai said, oh, so it's like how we debate on sub or dub.
Even previous D&D books have been able to thread the orc needle without leaving them out entirely. Yeah, sounds like a you problem, doesn't it? Other races like goblins, kobolds, and hobgoblins are included in the book, but not orcs. Their omission is profoundly disappointing concerning the amount of creativity shown in updating other creatures in the book. Updating, that's what we're calling it. But yeah, so what's the difference between orcs and goblins and kobolds and hobgoblins and other humanoid? You know what I'm saying? They're fodder. I'm sorry. As soon as we started making monsters people in D&D, and then we started bringing the theater kids in to D&D, everything went to hell. And this is what you get. You get drag sphinxes.
Yep.
That's what you get. No, sorry. I'm saying, like, what the hell am I looking at here?
Yep.
So many monsters, so little lore. I said the new monster manual was touted by Wizards as the biggest ever with 500 monsters and 85 new ones. This isn't true. Part of that comes from them moving NPCs like druids, performers, and cultists out of the appendix. That's not offensive, cultist. Out of the appendix where they were before and into the main body of the book. While I understand wanting to put these tools out there along.
No, that's not offensive because they are a cult. See how that works? You see how that works? They don't find that offensive because they are one.
Inside others, it ends up feeling like filler. The shift is also part of one of my bigger issues with the new monster manual, organization. Unlike most monster manuals, almost every grouping of monsters have been split off from each other. Rather than have a section for devils, imps, gorgons, etc., those monsters are now in different places. So if you know you want a devil, we'll be using multiple devils. Can we say that? You have to do a seek and find through the appendix to find the ones you want. That's lame. So I love the Monstrous Compendium. That is my all-time favorite monster book. I had that, and I had every set. And for those of you who don't know what that was, second edition, they had this big binder. And instead of having a monster's manual, right, like just a hardcover book, they had this binder that came with starter monsters. And then you would go buy packets of pages that you could put into the binder depending on your campaign world or whatever. And they would have different monsters from different worlds. And I mean, I'm sure it was probably a cash grab, but I love that. It was a great way to add to your monsters manual without having to go out and buy a whole nother book, even though the pages cost as much as a book. But they had, you know, Kryn monsters and Forgotten Realms monsters, and you know, it was really cool. I really liked that concept. I loved it. But now we got to do this instead. And so easy too, because you could take all the pages, you could organize them however you wanted to, and you could put tabs in there, and like if you want to put all your dragons in one place from all the different worlds or whatever, you could do that, right? And this just doesn't seem to work, but whatever. Yeah, it just doesn't look very, I don't know, whatever. I mean, look, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be honest. I don't care about D&D 5e, 5.5e. And apparently nobody really does, because I was watching Dungeons and Discourse, and she was talking about how so many YouTube channels that cover D&D have fallen off. I can't imagine why.
I can't imagine why. I wonder why. Why do you think that happened?
We have Thor Odinson. I was today days old and I learned that phylacteries have some kind of vague association with Judaism. Yeah, I didn't know that either. Steel Accord, were any Jewish players complaining about the word phylactery? Answer, of course they fucking weren't, because it's a fantasy game. Spirit jar.
Aaron, you said I'm surprised if they have add all those accommodations to the game. I'm surprised they just don't put the game to end for good, and they wouldn't have to complain about the changes.
If they do that, they have no money. Hasbro, D&D is the only thing Hasbro has left. IDW is going out the window. I think Transformers not making any money. Their movie bombed. I don't think the G.I. Joe thing is going to work out, to be honest, because patriotism. So that's going to be hard as hell. Snake Eyes didn't do well, I guess. The G.I. Joe Snake Eyes movie didn't do well, I think. So Hasbro, the only thing they have left is D&D. And you see how that's going, so...
Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Hey, Jack, Chronicler of the Northlands. You should check his channel out. Yeah, phylactery is actually Greek in origin. That's interesting. At Three Line Studio, that'd be Rob Kuntz, who we've had on. You can actually go out and check the D-Res podcast. I interviewed him with Michael Hoverman. We talked for, 2.5 hours to Rob. It was a great conversation. If you're into D&D and the origins of D&D and game design, definitely check out that podcast. Here's what I don't get. Why don't all of you just simply ignore the rule changes and do it however you want? That's how we always did it. Why do they have a monster manual anymore? Yeah, they're not monsters. They're people. They're people.
Yeah, it just kind of defeats all the purpose. Why even have a manual? You guys just like keep switching things up. It just kind of kills the purpose. You know, it's just like, what's the point? What's the point? What's the damn point? What is the point? If you can just keep changing things up, it just makes no sense.
Non-binary, rainbow-colored.
Oh my god, the stupid speaker, I swear I'm gonna buy that next. Hold on. Helen does.
Until Hasbro decides it's did it. Why do they have a monster manual? They're not monsters, they're people. They're people. And non-binary rainbow-colored drag sphinxes. I was terribly offended about for 5 minutes. I broke out myself. God, whatever. Orcs are canceled in the new D&D. Yeah, the protected class. You can't make this kind of stuff up. No, you cannot. Wizards of the Coast is beyond parody at this point.
Yep,
they really are. I cannot wait until Hasbro decides it's not worth publishing books anymore and they just outsource it to somebody else. But I think they'll probably sell like Paizo, and it'll probably get worse. Right? It's gonna get worse before it gets better. My advice to you: if you want to play D20 tabletop, is go find some old books. Go find PDFs of old books and don't even waste your time with the new stuff. Or you could wait for Adventure Engine, which is coming out. Actually, Adventure Engine, I want to be very clear up front, it's not a replacement for D&D. We're not trying to be D&D. It isn't even a D20 system, but we're trying to make something that's a lot easier to learn and a lot more accessible for people. And by accessible, I don't mean pussified. By accessible, I mean it's easy to pick up and play. You're not going to spend 3 hours making a character, right? That's kind of what we're going for. But more details will come as we get closer to launching the initial campaign for it. But there we go, guys. This is the understated D&D. I can't even. Just a reminder, check out our first Kickstarter for Nigeria. I greatly appreciate it. I know it's a pin campaign. It's not a big campaign, but we're testing the waters over on Kickstarter. So thank you very much for the support and consideration. We'll talk later.
Mom, Dad, we have something.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't know anymore.
What to keep LA in LA? Yeah, so we're going to talk a little bit about the fires, I guess, and the effect that it has had on Hollywood.
No, I don't care about that. I honestly I don't care about the people, but I don't care about that.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And for some reason, we're still talking about the Acolyte.
I know.
Some numbers came out, and apparently it was the number two show on Disney Plus.
Yes, it was.
In 2024. Yes, it is definitely number 2. And we're going to talk about the numbers and why that's not very impressive.
No.
And then we're going to talk about the Mary Sue raging about the Acolyte again, like it's last year, I guess. It's crazy that they can't give this up, and I guess it's kind of crazy that we're still talking about it. But why the hell not? Why the hell not? This is like
it's really funny because there's a bunch of different. It's not just them. There's a bunch of blogs and the typical typical people expect it to be.
Right.
And they're all like, "Well, I don't understand why the Acolyte got canceled because it was number 2 for Disney Plus last year." Yes, the key being 2024. Disney Plus in 2024 sucked.
Yeah.
Their numbers were not good. Literally, their top show for Disney in 2024 was lower than Netflix's number 10 show in 2024. So saying it's number 2 on Disney Plus is not the win you think it is.
I love this. We have Rachel Leichman from the Mary Sue. So the Star Wars show that got canceled because of ratings had good ratings.
It didn't though.
They're not
comparatively.
good.
Comparatively, it did not.
It's like we're talking about the curve, right? Where everybody fails the test except for one kid that gets a D, and he's the smartest kid in class at that point.
So they moved the D to the A, and everybody else gets bumped up because of it.
Right.
Yeah, it's like that. And she's so mad about it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Mary Sue. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I don't know if they're legit mad about it or they're just desperate for.
Oh, if it's her, she's legit mad about it because don't you know? She even makes a dig in her thing about. And it was the toxic people who think they're Star Wars fans. And then she put in parentheses, they aren't. And I'm like, oh, come on, Rachel, neither are you.
This is the same person who went after Gary from Nerdrotics and said that he didn't know anything about Doctor Who, and here he had like a massive collection of Doctor Who Blu-rays and DVDs and memorabilia.
And merchandise, yes.
Merchandise, he's like, show me your collection.
Crickets.
So anyway, we're going to talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You will get a woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Check out clownfishminus.com. Support the Reef. You can also support the Reef here on YouTube and locals as well. Thank you very much. So yeah, walk me through this. The Acolyte was the number 2 Disney Plus show in 2024.
So what's going on is Luminate Data had put a list of shows out for 2024. Now, the data collected is between December 29th, 2023 and December 31st, 2024. Okay? So they put a list of the top Disney Plus shows in that more than a year time frame. And Percy Jackson, Olympians was number 1, Acolyte was number 2, Agatha's Long was number 3, Echo, X-Men 97, etc., etc. Interestingly enough, The Mandalorian Season 1 was still on the top 10 list, even though it came out like 4 or 5 years ago. All right? That's not bad.
Yeah.
the
It's
numbers
interesting.
are.
It's interesting though because now I can play that game too because a lot of people are like, "Well, X-Men '97 didn't do very well." I'm like, "Well, it did better than most of Star Wars."
That's true.
You know, I mean,
Wow.
I'm just saying, people are like, "It didn't do good." I can't believe Echo beat most of Star Wars. Like that's pretty damn sad.
So I mean, this chart is in millions of minutes, which is like it means like 3.07 billion minutes.
Right.
You know,
right.
2.6. Okay. So Percy Jackson was number 1. The Acolyte was number 2 with 2.673 billion minutes watched. Now, this is from June 4th, December 31st. So you're talking like almost 7 months it took to get that low number. 7 months. Meanwhile, Agatha All Along was 2.284 billion, which came in after it. But you have to remember too, it had 3 months less. So
I noticed that when Agatha came out, no one talked about it. No one talked about it. And then they kept on saying how inclusive it was, if you catch my drift. It was super inclusive when it first debuted. And then after that, you never heard a thing about it ever again. Actually, not as much as Acolyte did. At least Acolyte, Disney put the effort to at least put some form of like promotional commercials on it. No, they didn't. They just literally just doesn't exist. It just does not exist. It's just gone. Like it never happened. So much so, I think Reaper didn't even bother to fry it any more than it was. And he went after, like, Star Wars on the Ahsoka show from, like, 1 to all the way to all episodes. Like, that was wild. That's how terrible that show probably was. It was not even worth roasting. You know your show is terrible when no one bothers to roast it. That's a clear sign that you did something. Even Minding Kaling still got her shows roasted by virtually every YouTuber who was into like this type of space, but no one really, like, Reaper's the only one I see actually roast Agatha All Along for like the first 2 episodes. After that, it was like he didn't go any more further. After that, that was, you must know.
It had 4 months. You know.
And okay, so one thing people have to look at, we're talking about Echo here and stuff too. It's not just the watch time; it is the return on investment.
Mm-hmm. Agatha All Along cost way less than the Acolyte.
Echo cost way less.
Aaron
I don't know if
said
Echo
what's
did,
even
but
more
Agatha All
insane is
Along
that
did.
they
It was
released
like
the
they
show
tried.
and it got no response. That
No,
should wake the producers up.
it should have. It got no response. No one talked about it. No one bothered to say anything. They didn't bother to roast it. Nothing. I even forgot it even existed till they said the name. And I remember that Kevin Feige showed off this in the wait, what was it, the roadmap thing that they had for whatever phase they're stuck on. Remember that? They showed Agatha All Along and all that stuff. It just like, damn, bro.
Tried to experiment where they weren't spending a lot. So then that was a win. Where the Acolyte, the budget was so ridiculous that even fans of the show were like, "Where did the budget go?" You know?
Yeah, because some of the shows that were supposedly cheaper, you know what I'm saying. So this is kind of Hollywood accounting. I think they're kind of pushing.
It went into the inclusion
in the budget around other places or whatever. But like, yeah, the Acolyte looked cheap. It looked like a Star Trek show from the '90s. Yeah, and I love Star Trek, I do, but the story definitely makes up for the special effects.
It's not an Acolyte.
Not in the Acolyte, yeah, and that's just it. Like, you can have 2 shows that get similar numbers, but the show that costs half as much might warrant getting a pickup, and the other one doesn't.
Right, and then so they're like, it was number 2.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we saved hundreds by bundling our home and auto insurance.
It's pronounced Liberty. Liberty. Nice try, kid. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Liberty.
Did you know you can AFK Bloods and Zaya whilst learning to code in Python? Go to boot.dev. We've known our...
2, yes, number 2 for 2024. However, to keep scrolling down, we have Illuminate data information that we talked about before. This was the total minutes watched for the first 12 weeks of the Star Wars show. So in this case, when they did this post we talked about before back in July, it had been out for 5.5 weeks. Well, since then, we definitely crossed the additional weeks equal to 12 weeks, which were what, 6.5.
Anyone who's a Star Wars fan, can you tell me, is it worth even watching, much less getting into? Because that show, like Star Wars is dead, bro. I'm just being honest here. I'm not even a Star Wars fan at all. Never really put the effort to watch it, other than the Clone Wars cartoon back in the 07, but like, I don't know, bro. Is it even worth talking about, much less getting into at all?
5 weeks.
Yeah.
We crossed that since then. So we
Reading the
know
Samurai
that
said, "What show?"
the Acolyte
Star Wars
came in at 2.6 some billion minutes, right? So it doubled what it was at there. But it's still underneath what all those shows did in the same in 12 weeks, and that's completely since its launch. So it was considerably less than that over 12 weeks, and it still was far behind. Even at 7 months, it's still far behind the other shows.
Ryuga Samurai asks like the original.
In a year of
at all
shitty Disney Plus shows, The Acolyte comes in number 2, but it's still less than half of Andor, for God's sake. So Disney's gonna look at this and be like, for the amount of money this costs and the backlash that we're getting for it, there is no future for this show. So they cancel it quick.
So they're like, it was number 2. And I said, yes, but you have to put it in context. It might have been number 2 for 2024, but their shows in 2024 compared to other networks did not stream well. So it did not, one, do well compared to other networks, but 2, other services. But 2, it didn't do well even if you compare.
I guess it's not worth it then.
Apples with other Star Wars shows in a 12-week time frame, and you give it the benefit of the doubt and give it 7 months. It still doesn't come in. And those numbers we just showed you, that was 12 weeks. That wasn't the entire run. That was for a 12-week chunk. So even if you add what they got after 7 months and give them benefit of the doubt, it still was nowhere near the other ones for 12 weeks.
No, and again, that's what they just want to stick it. They want to stick it to the chuds. They want something that they like to do gangbusters. I'm like, look, if you put it out there, market always decides, right? You put out some show that maybe the old fans don't like it, but it does gangbusters numbers. I remember when Star Trek: The Next Generation first came out. A lot of original series Star Trek fans did not like Next Gen when it first came out. They said it's too futuristic, it's too far removed. We don't like the new cast. Why is there an old man as the captain? And we want Shatner and all that. And I remember it being divisive somewhat. Even though as a kid there was a lot of talk about it. Especially like my uncle, he was really into Star Trek, and he's like,
so was my dad.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not into this. And we see this every time there's a reboot or a reimagining or whatever. But at the end of the day, if the viewership is good, it doesn't matter what the old fans think. And in this case, every time they tried to reinvent the wheel, not only do you push away the old fans, but like nobody else gives a crap either.
Right. And they're trying, people like Rachel are like cheering on, like, it's not fair, it got canceled because it was number 2. Suck it, chuds. It's like, suck it, moron. Number 2 in context doesn't mean it means number 2, but not number 2 you want. It did not do well. If you compare it to other shows, apples to apples, for the same amount of time, and even give it extra weeks, still did not come in anywhere near the other ones. That is the problem. And even like you go back up, even the Illuminate said, 2024 saw diminishing returns for some of the biggest properties on Disney Plus. They mentioned Marvel with Agatha and Echo, but Star Wars definitely comparatively.
Oh yeah, and it's just, every series is just less and less viewership, and Skeleton Crew was like the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, they didn't even hit the list. I don't even know what the numbers are now. It didn't even make the list.
Love_2 all said hey.
And yeah, it dropped off the Nielsen within the first week or 2, I think. Like nobody's watching it. It's just and this goes along with the Ray video we did the other day. Star Wars at this point is, I believe, irreparably damaged. I think it's a franchise that belongs to Gen X. There was no passing the torch. Like our kids were into Clone Wars and Lego Star Wars and stuff like that, but they don't give a crap about Star Wars. They don't care. Younger kids than them, they don't care. You don't have a bunch of, I'm not saying everybody, because somebody's going to say, well, my daughter's 7 and she loves Star Wars. Good.
That's cool.
That's good.
I hope so.
That's good. But I'm just saying,
new stuff sucks.
There aren't enough of them. It's not the cultural phenomenon.
Yeah, they're so stupid. I hate when people do that. If you make a statement about something, when most people are making these type of generalizations, they're talking about as a whole, not just your one daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like if you know 5 people are into the new Star Wars and how it's presented, fine, that's 5 of them. But then again, that's not all of them. That's not a high sample size of people. You need an extreme high sample size to make an educated guess on something. And sometimes that's not good enough, but like that's a better way of going down that scientific route than just saying, oh, because my cousin, my daughter, my mom, my dad, the dog says they like Acolyte. These Star Wars fans are wrong. You look like an idiot. That doesn't help. Unless you have some form of scientific proof that what you're saying is true. Saying that statement means nothing. Your parents, your mom, your dad, your dog, your daughter, your dog, your daughter, your son, your wife, your girlfriend, whoever, they don't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. They just don't, unless they happen to be part of that giant majority.
All said my dog 0.
Star Wars was the Pokemon of our day.
Yeah.
And it means nothing now.
Yep.
No, and it's just the way they're clinging to this, and I love it. You know, she's so predictable, Rachel Leishman. She's just somehow, you know, all the angry chuds are the ones who completely tank the show. They keep running with this. You know, it's number 2.
Yeah, that gets old real fast.
It's number 2 because people didn't watch it, and it was number 2 for 2024, which is like a number 20 for any other year. It's not a win. It's not the win you keep saying it is.
Not.
See here, she's like. Even though the series received backlash it received hate from the right-wing YouTubers who claim they enjoy Star Wars, they don't. Kindly fuck the hell off, Rachel.
You weren't
no,
on
sorry.
you all said I
Go
had
ahead,
a hard rock
yeah,
like
probably
thing on
not.
the side of my
They
phone
named
and
a
I like
character
to press
after
on it
me,
and feel the
bitch.
pain.
You know, please do go on how I don't like Star Wars because I didn't like your shitty show. The difference between you and me is,
sorry to hear
hey,
that.
if you like the Acolyte, you're fine to like it. I have no problem with that as long as you're not harassing me if I don't. You know, I let you like what you like. Go ahead. But the problem is you're not allowed to not like it. And I honestly think one of the reasons Disney didn't renew it, beyond the numbers, were the insufferable twats like Rachel and company who kept going on and on and on and like making hit piece after hit piece and angering the fan base and alienating the fan base even more. So if Disney doesn't chase off the fans with their shitty stuff, the media like Rachel, we're going to do it for them. And then you throw in the actors behaving in the same way.
Yeah.
So people who like it even are kind of like, now.
And you know, we've talked about this before, and we'll talk about it again, because, you know, she says on here, valid criticism of the series was lost to a mass attack from these right-wing quote-unquote fans who saw a show led by people of color and written by a queer woman as an opportunity to destroy it. It's like, no, it didn't make any damn sense. It wasn't very good.
You don't know. See, valid criticism, and you saw these articles, and they say valid criticism is okay, but none of the criticisms they heard were valid. So basically, valid criticism is okay as long as you agree with everything I think. And that's not the same thing. But I don't think Rachel was, you know, if she thought too hard, her head might implode. I just don't understand. Like, you know, some people are allowed to not like it. People might have valid criticisms that you don't agree with, but doesn't mean they're less valid. And honestly, a lot of people didn't like the show, and it wasn't because queer lady wrote show, or because, you know,
that needs to be a soundbite.
Or because
queer lady wrote show.
Because black lady lead. Nobody cared. And the diversity.
No,
you don't like
they
diversity.
made
Guess
it.
what?
Yeah. Yeah,
I was gonna say, I watch K-dramas all the time, and one of the lead characters was a Korean actor. If I hate diversity so much, how come my favorite shows, you know, aren't white shows? You know, but yes, I hate diversity.
they can't wrap their head around that. They're gonna say you're internalized or some stupid university rebranding of the word type nonsense. So they play some Jedi mind trick night type stupidness with you to make you feel like a moron. Trust me, they're full of crap. They'll do it all the time. Like if you're a woman who's being like totally like
the samurai said true.
Like they'll do anything. Like if okay, perfect example. You could be a literal feminist up the wall, right? Up that far like feminist agenda, right? As soon as you make a logical evaluation or point out something that is pretty logical, that is pretty much universal amongst everyone, if it's not in the cult's favor, you are a grifting you're a grifting, internalized, splinter cell, dog whistle, I don't know, Yahtzee or something. You were all along a Hydra agent the entire time. It's crazy, bro. You can't win. You can't win. You cannot win. You was a Hydra agent the entire time. You just never know about it. You never knew. You said all the right things that Hydra wanted, and then as soon as you go against Hydra, said something that Hydra just happens to have a problem with, you was a or the Shield had a problem with. You're a Hydra agent the entire time. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Aaron, you said they did that to me once. Called me a whole list of names.
Yep.
Person face palming emoji, female
Yep.
signed emoji, so I kept quiet from then thereafter.
They did that to
Even December, I said Limal Hydra agent.
Yeah, bro, they did that to what do you call it? J.K. Rowling. Don't get it twisted. J.K. Rowling's a staunch feminist. Staunch feminist. All the way. She is a feminist all the way. But as soon as she did not agree with the cultist, with Hydra's wantings, you see how they've made her right wing and they don't promote her game, her wizard game. You see how that goes? That's crazy. That is madness. If you don't think that's not crazy, that's beyond anything. And I don't agree with feminists like that. I feel bad for what's her name? J.K. Rowling. I'm pretty sure this lady doesn't deserve half the nonsense she gets half the time. I'm telling you. I'm telling you she does not. But she's a Hydra agent now.
No, I didn't hate insufferable cows who go up there and act like they're all that in a bag of chips and blame their shortcomings on everybody else being racist, misogynistic pigs, when in fact the show just frankly sucked.
Not enough people were interested. Even if the show was, even if, I'll give you this, even if the show was the best thing ever, at the end of the day, if it does not bring in the eyeballs, whatever their metrics are, it doesn't get greenlit. It's just like anything else, like with publishing. Like we look at stuff too, and we publish, and we're kind of like, do we do a follow-up? Do we not do a follow-up? Because it depends on whether or not the last one did okay, and how much we're gonna have to spend to publish this next thing.
And this show is already ridiculously expensive, like beyond what the other shows have cost. And it was like, what the heck?
The commenters, and these are probably, I'm assuming, not right-wing chuds that they're commenting on the Mary Sue, because they censor everything, right? But the commenters are smarter than the writers.
Well, it doesn't take much to be smarter than Rachel Leishman.
Bort here says good viewership doesn't matter when your production budget dictates you have great viewership. Disney is a corporation. They only give a shit about hate campaigns if it affects their income. Maybe the reason more people didn't watch is because of that campaign. Maybe not. The bottom line is that the show's viewership didn't justify the budget, so they axed it. Why is this so damn hard to understand?
I want to know how people like Rachel go on about the vocal minority of toxic right wing, because if you don't like it, you're a right wing person, even though people might have liked it on the left too. Right wing chud, you somehow the vocal minority, yet somehow.
New FanDuel customers get $200 in bonus bets if their first $5 bet wins, which leads to some incredible highs.
Somehow managed to tank the entire show. It's because the middle audience, people in the middle who are the ones you don't hear from, were a silent majority, and they didn't watch it.
This other person says, so their own commenters are calling them out. Percy Jackson cost $96 million and maintained strong viewership across all 8 episodes. The Acolyte cost between $180 million and $230 million, depending on what source you consult, and something like 2/3 of its audience it lost something like 2/3 of the audience from premiere to finale because it wasn't very good.
Mm-mm.
It wasn't very good. And people were like, yeah, it needs to do better. So Disney, they're looking at Star Wars and they're like, series after series, we're seeing declining returns, right?
Alan Bergman said that they weren't going to renew it because it wasn't worth the return on investment, wasn't there. This is the guy who's number 2 in charge. He's more of the movie side, but he said flat out in an interview, we're not renewing it because it's too expensive and the viewership wasn't there. Is basically what he said.
Right. So here we have another Rachel Leishman article from a couple of months ago. The Acolyte proves that maybe people should listen to women.
You're right, Rachel. Listen to me. Listen to this
Kathleen
woman.
Kennedy. Listen to Kathleen Kennedy.
No, people should listen to women. You're right. I have tits. Listen to me.
Disney is. I listen to you when you have tits. Disney is happy to let the toxic dude bros win, I guess. Look at all the.
She won't let it go. She just keeps going on and on about
articles about it.
She's just asked.
And this is exactly why the AI will take their job. And they wonder why no one wants the people don't take them seriously. You wonder why these game journals or these movie talking heads do not take these people seriously. It's nonsense like this that proves why people don't take this seriously. This thing has been over since I don't know, it's been a year now. I doubt it, but it's been a lot longer than this. It's been more than 8 months. Or at least about 8 months. More than 6 months, I believe. And no one thinks, or nothing's going across this woman's head thinking, maybe we should stop talking about this. It seems kind of dead in the water. And you wonder why no one takes them seriously? No one wants to bother with this, and that's why people don't feel bad about game journals or these movie talking critic heads lose their job.
Aaron, you said the AI will take over their jobs, but I think it's already too late to stop it now.
Stop it.
It will become so advanced that humanity will look like we're in the future. Before long, I think AI will come too close to replacing humanity itself.
I doubt it.
Rick's official said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
I don't doubt it. I doubt that one. Well, before we kill each other, so that's that.
Mad. Good. Stay that way.
I don't know. It's like, I mean, they're gonna claim this is a win, but it actually makes you look incredibly stupid because anybody can pull up numbers, and they're saying that
she
the
looks
numbers.
stupid every time she opens her mouth.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, your own comment section, Rachel, is calling you out, and they're like, the show was expensive. It did not perform to the level they wanted it to, and Disney factors in other things too, like, I hate to say it. Can I say it? Toy sales. They look at toy sales, and they're like, none of these Disney Plus Star Wars shows are selling any toys. They got lucky with Grogu, and they had basically Grogu carried Star Wars for like 2 years.
I do still think that their behavior of the lead actress and the media and stuff like that, and the lead actor too, around the show, I think was a lot to do with it too, because they're just like, this is gonna be more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah,
because these people are already out there alienating fans, they're already doing damage because they're salty, and they're already out there causing more damage than a little bit, including people that are part of the show. It's just not worth continuing it because there's too much bad blood now.
Sometimes the studios will actually use the numbers or the financials or whatever as an excuse to get rid of shows and people that they think are going to be more trouble than they're worth. And when you've got Amanda out there twerking at the chuds and doing diss tracks and crap, they're like, oh my god, yeah, let's not even.
I hope she don't get no more work. I'm sorry, she doesn't deserve any work. That stupidness that she pulled was stupid. That stupidness that she pulled was really stupid. All she had to do is just keep her mouth shut and just do her job. Just like the girl who played Ariel. She was really professional. That idiot literally pulled that nonsense. That was a stupid... Whatever she was trying to pull, that was dumb. Actually, it just made a whole stereotype out of black people at that point. Black Americans specifically. That was crazy. That was the most dumbest thing I ever saw. I'm like, bro, this is dumb. Like, this is pretty racist if you stop and think about it. And the lack of self-awareness on that was kind of funny. Like, she was trying to prove a point by being the point of being a stereotype, by telling people not to stereotype. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. She's saying that everyone is being some type of bigot because they're stereotyping. And she dressed like the stereotype that she claims she's not. which is funny because she's not from the inner cities. She's from like a suburban rich family. And her father is her father's a tiny hat. So what does that tell you? Where do you think she got her success from her tiny hat father? But we're not going to talk about that now, huh?
And so that definitely did not help. And yeah, I mean, just at the end of the day, it's nothing personal, it's just business. And that's what a lot of these people in Hollywood current year do not understand, is that the market in many ways decided, the audience decided that you don't get to make more of the thing you like. And we used to understand that. Like there were shows that were incredibly popular or had a cult following back in the day that still got canceled. And, you know, we'd do writing campaigns or whatever, but you didn't see the stars of those shows out there like attacking,
losing their mind,
blaming the fans or whatever. I mean, I don't remember the Firefly fans getting pissed off about.
They probably.
I mean, they were pissed that the show got canceled, but I mean, I don't know what, because that was probably a writing campaign.
Yeah, but the cast wasn't out there calling them names. I don't think.
No, I mean they would make
I
jokes.
doubt it.
They made jokes about it. What was
Actually, that's a lie. Remember, back in the day, there was something called fan mail. Right? That was Twitter. The fan mail was Twitter. Remember that. There was no Twitter. There was no internet like that where you can just leave your comment. Bro, it was like, that was fan mail. Remember that? You have to write a legitimate letter and send it in the mail. Right? And then, if you didn't have a really good memory, you probably forgot even mailing that stupid thing. And they don't get it till like what? Depending on where you live. Days, weeks, maybe even months. Right? And then when they finally get your fan mail, they're going to read the first few seconds and just throw away in an incinerator. Especially if it's not giving them any praise about the show. So you'll never hear about your so-called crappy comment that you have to say to them because you need to demand these people on paper to put some type of representation in the 90s, 80s. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what was what. Remember, growing up in the 90s or 2000s, remember when TV, like when Toonami was first came in fruition, I remember that they had like these little contests where you can draw your own favorite character and then they'll put it on the TV show. They'll put it on Toonami for the commercial block to show off the kids' drawings. And it was like horrifically terrible, but like that was the thing.
Nathan Fillion made a joke about Firefly a couple episodes in. I remember that. He was wearing the Space Cowboy outfit or something. They made some joke about getting canceled before he had a chance to. I thought it was kind of funny. But I mean, there are shows out there people love that get canceled all the time, and you know, it comes down to the budget and shit. And I just, people don't understand. It's like, I'm sorry, your fan. What they're hoping for, and what did not happen, what they're hoping for is that their quote unquote their stuff would take off. It would supplant the original fandom. They would be victorious. They would win. They would have Star Wars. They would have Marvel. They would have Dungeons and Dragons. They would have all these, you know, they would have the video game industry and whatever. And all that happened was you chased off the majority of the customer base. So there's nothing for you either. There's no money to bankroll your fan
your
fiction.
stupidness. Yes.
And if you are a true fan, as you kind of, you know, you were a true fan, then anything they shit out, you should love, right? Because if they continued it and it wasn't the stuff that you wanted for you, and it was just more like what the majority wanted, clear majority, obviously by the interaction and engagement for the show, you think
She must be from Cincinnati, the same majority like that.
Like Rachel would be screaming that it wasn't the Star Wars they wanted, and it's like, but the difference is you guys are the small vocal minority, and it's provable, but by numbers. And the thing is, you would we be allowed to say, well, you wish you were a real Star Wars fan? You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, right.
It's stupid. It's
but
stupid. It's over. It's gone.
It's over. You congratulations.
That ship has sailed.
Congratulations. You killed Star Wars. People like you, the people working at Lucasfilm that are like you, that agree with you, You killed Star Wars, and now nobody gets to have it. Maybe that was the intention. Maybe that was the intention all along. Is like, if I can't have it, nobody gets to have it. So we're just gonna fucking kill it. And maybe that was the the Machiavellian scheme behind it. I don't know, but all these franchises are basically dead because people like Rachel are in charge at the corporate level and making really dumb decisions that alienate longtime fans.
Well, they used to be, but I think it's changing. Unfortunately, it might be
It's too late.
Too late.
It's too late.
It's too late. Yeah. It's too late. I believe it. He's right. It's too late. It is beyond too late to help and save these franchises, these IPs. It is pretty much the damage has been dealt. It's done. I don't think these IPs from way back when are going to be fixed. And if they get fixed, that's going to be the next 20 to 30 years, and that's going to take some time. And God knows we're even going to be alive by then, given how things are going. And then, like, besides that, is like, what values will be championed by the next 10, 20 years? You know what I'm saying? Remember, within 2019 to 2024, there was 72 genders. It's 25. It's 2005. It's 2. We're back to 2. Remember, in like 14 BC, and then like to 2028, it was like 2 genders. Now, like from 2019 to 2024, it was literally 72 or plus. Now we're back to 2. Do you see how that's crazy? That was in a 10-year span too. That's crazy. So God knows, by the time, even if they want to pivot back to profit, I don't think they can do it, to be honest. I do not think they can bring back the glory days of these IPs back because of just the internet and backlash and cancel culture and all these other different things that's happening at once. You can't really control it. You just gotta go with it. And this is why people like Zuckerberg and all these people are kissing the ring, because they're just pivoting to profit. That's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. These people are soulless entities that are just getting what they're just doing what works at the time, and then once that stops blowing the way they want, they just go to the next place. That's just how it works. It just doesn't. It's not because they don't want to. It's just money. That's ultimately how this falls in. Just money. Anyway, I'm pretty much done with this animatic. We're actually at the end of this because I was not going to color this, but I don't know if I will. But if I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. But this was pretty much the animatic. It was just literally just these 4 little frames, and that was it. I'm pretty much done at this point. I was going to restart the stream, but it's 8 something. I don't anyone wants to sit here and me draw anime girls. I'm not really in the mood for that, and I don't think none of y'all are into that right now. So I'm gonna call it for today. You guys let go, and we'll do reactions tomorrow and all that great stuff. I just had something because I didn't want to listen to music and get copyrighted up the wall zoo again. So I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a great night. I'll see you guys next time.
Samurai said okay.
Keep it up, guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, I'm out. Later, guys. Boop.
Ryuga Samurai said goodnight, everyone.